come up with some sort of. So I don't think we're gonna get it. No. So I think. So if that all of a sudden takes 6 months to visit. Yeah.
So yeah, it's something to think about. And have a really candid here.
Yeah. Hi, John. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
How are things in Broken Bow? You still there?
Well, still there. They haven't shot me yet.
Very good.
Welcome to the Agriculture Committee. I'm Senator Steve Halloran. I'm from Hastings, Nebraska, and represent the 33rd Legislative District. I serve as chair of this committee. The committee will take up the bills and confirmations in the order posted on the agenda. Our hearing today is your public part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your position on the proposed legislation before us today. The committee members might come and go during the hearing. This is just part of the process. As we have bills to introduce in other committees. I ask that you abide by the following procedures to better facilitate today's proceedings. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Please move to the reserved chairs when you are ready to testify. These are the first two chairs on either side on the first row. For some reason, there's a lot of bashfulness on the part of people testifying, and they hesitate to come up to the first row when they know they're going to testify either for or against or neutral on a bill. But it is helpful if you come up to the first row on either side of the aisle so that we can keep things flowing. Introducers will make initial statements followed by proponents, opponents, and neutral testimony. Closing remarks are reserved for the introducing senator only. If you are planning to testify, please pick up a green sign-in sheet that is on the table at the back of the room. Please fill out the green sign-in sheet before you testify. Please print, and it is important to complete the form in its entirety. When it is your turn to testify, give the sign-in sheet to a page or to the committee clerk. This will help us make a more accurate public record. If you do not wish to testify today but would like to record your name as being present at the hearing, there's a separate white sheet on the tables that you can sign for that purpose. This will be part of the official record of the hearing. If you have handouts, please make sure you have 12 copies and give them to the page when you come up to testify. And they will distribute those to the committee. If you do not have enough copies, a page will make sufficient copies for you. When you come up to testify, please speak clearly into the microphone. Tell us your name and please spell your first and last name to ensure we can get an accurate record. We will be using the light system for all testifiers. How many people, well, it's going to be hard to judge. How many people are going to testify here today? One of the bills or the other? Okay. We will have 5 minutes to make your initial remarks to the committee. When you see the yellow light come on, that means you have 1 minute remaining, and the red light indicates your time has ended. Questions from the committee may follow. No displays of support or opposition to a bill, vocal or otherwise, are allowed at a public hearing. Committee members with us today will introduce themselves, starting on my left.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jane Rabel, Legislative District 28, which is in Lincoln.
Jana Hughes, District 24, Seward, York, Polk, and a little bit of Butler County.
Tom Brewer, District 43, 11 counties of western Nebraska.
Teresa Ibach, District 44, 8 counties in southwest Nebraska.
And Senator Ibach is our vice chair of the committee on my far right.
Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
Merv Reapy, Legislative District 12, which is southwest Omaha, and the residents of Ralston.
Okay, thank you. To my right is the committee research analyst, Rick Leonard, and to my far left is committee clerk, Andrew Ojeda. Our pages for the committee today are Landon Sunday. Close enough?
Yeah.
Okay. He's studying history and political science at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And we also have Amelia Stoner from Juniata. She is studying political science at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. So with that, we will begin with appointments, confirmation hearing for the Brand Committee. And the first to be heard from today will be Marie Farr. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agricultural Committee. My name is Marie Farr, M-A-R-I-E-F-A-R-R, from Moorefield, Nebraska. And I am here today for confirmation to the Nebraska Brand Committee. A little bit of info about me is I actually grew up down by Red Cloud on a cow-calf farm operation. After high school graduation, I attended college at the Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture in Curtis, and that's where I met my husband. I actually worked off the place for a little over 21 years, and that was my paying job. My non-paying job was helping my husband on our cow-calf farm operation. That was my night job, weekend job. We have one son, Levi, who helps us on our own operation. We now have a commercial cow-calf operation, and then I also have a registered operation, and then we farm. And then besides cow-calf, we also background our calves too. We have a small feedlot where we background calves. When I was chair of the Nebraska Cattlemen Brand and Property Rights, I attended as many of the Nebraska Brand Committee meetings that I could. In working with our local brand inspectors at our place, I knew some of the things that they did, but until I started attending their quarterly meetings, I did not realize how much they really do. It's not just the regular inspectors, but the investigators and the office staff. I found it very interesting and had a new appreciation for everything that they do for us. I'm very excited about being on the Nebraska Brand Committee and look forward to working with them. Any questions? I tried to
Very
make it short for you guys.
Very good. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Farr. Any comments, questions from the committee? So you're inspired to be on this committee.
Yeah, I'm very passionate about the livestock industry, and when I was told there was an opening, they asked me if I would be interested in applying for it, and I said yes. And they said, "Do you want to talk to your husband about it?" I said, "No, that'll be fine." So, but yeah, it's always, when I like to learn things, and it's been very interesting on everything that they do. It's just been a very, I'm trying to think of the words, but it's just been very interesting, and I'm just looking forward to being on it and working with them.
Okay.
Last one.
Senator Ibach?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what do you see as possibly one of the biggest challenges that the Brand Commission will face?
Right now, where they're trying to, I'm trying to think of the technical, get more up to date, maybe? With the technical, there's so many more steps that they're trying to achieve to help everybody, just working on a lot of that. It's not just anymore, the brand inspector going out to your place and look at cattle. There's a lot more technology is facing every organization, business to change. And so that's one of them.
Very good, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hansen?
Thank you. I hope you like controversy.
Yes, I
Because
do.
you're joining the right committee. It
Did
seems
I-
like
did
there's
I-
always so embroiled in the brand
Did
committee.
I mention that I am married to a farmer?
Okay, that's your qualifications are met then.
Yes.
And I'm a little familiar. You do a lot of Hereford cattle, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yep.
I got the Petersons and Herman. In
Oh,
my
there we
area,
go.
So I
Yep.
know them very well.
Yep.
So what is your opinion about moving, like with the technology? You kind of brought that up a little bit, the technology
Right.
maybe being used more in branding with less inspectors and more local law enforcement. Do you have any kind of got opinions on any of that kind of stuff at all?
I don't know about the less brand inspectors, because I think there'll always be a place for them. But I think it'll help, like at the livestock market, at the livestock auctions, and there's going to be a lot of different places where the more technology will really help out there.
Okay. I'm just curious if you're open to it, at least it sounds like you
I
are.
mean,
Just to kind of
I'm-
seeing
yeah.
how things can go.
I've only just kind of sat in on, I don't know that much on that part.
Okay,
I'll
yeah.
always be honest with you there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice shoes too, by the way.
Thank you.
Senator Reeve?
Thank you, Chairman. My question is this, I understand there's a divide somewhere that runs from the top of Nebraska to south. And on the one side, it's the non-branding, and on the other side is the branding.
Not necessarily a divide. So Furnace County, which
Oh,
is in your area, Furnace County is actually non-brand inspected area. The other counties around it are brand inspected area. I grew up in Webster County, and their non-brand inspected area is just kind of weird little zigzag marks somewhere.
Is this as much a cultural divide as it is anything? Sort of hanging on to the values of the
For
real
you
West?
mean, the brand versus non-brand? Is that what you mean
Yes.
on that part? I don't know necessarily culture. It's more ownership. But a lot of the things is on the eastern part of the state, some of the cow herds may not be quite as big, maybe, as what the western part is. Whether that's part of it, but like you said, a lot of it could be culture though too. I mean, a lot of those, it's a tradition. It's pride when you see that brand on your animal
Okay, thanks.
heritage.
So Ms. Farr, tell me what your thoughts are, what your disposition is on EID, and that's technology entering the
Correct.
arena for identifying ownership of animals versus the brand. Will EID, in your estimation, will it or should it overtake the hot brand as a means of identification?
So an EID tag is not necessarily permanent. And the way, and I'm going to explain this. So where we live, we have a lot of cedar trees. We here a couple years ago, one of my Hereford bulls, he had an EID tag in his ear. I was out checking him and it got ripped out. A brand is permanent. So can they replace them? An EID always replace it? I don't think so, because unless there's some way to make it so they can never get ripped out in the, I don't think that could happen on not ripping out. Because I mean, once it loses it, you can always replace it, but it can still get.
Okay, so your goal isn't to necessarily have technology overtake the hot brand as a means of identifying animals?
No.
Okay.
But I think people should have that option if it'll work for them.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Steve Stroup, am I pronouncing that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. I got ahead of myself. That's my fault. Well, we'll have proponents or opponents. Are there proponents for the confirmation of Marie Farr?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hollern and members of the Agriculture Committee. I'm Rob Starr, Rob, R-O-B, Starr, S-T-A-R. I'm Vice Chair of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Brand and Property Rights Committee and a cattle producer from near the Hershey area. I am testifying on behalf of the members of the Nebraska Cattlemen today in support of the confirmation for Marie Farr to be appointed to the Nebraska Brand Committee. Marie, alongside her family, owns and operates a cattle enterprise near Moorefield, which is comprised of a registered Hereford herd and a commercial cow-calf business. Over the past few years, Marie has served as the chair-elect and the chair of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Brand and Property Rights Committee. In that role, she has proven to do extensive research on the issues facing the industry to help formulate an informed opinion. In addition, she has attended several Nebraska Brand Committee meetings as a stakeholder and stays informed on the issues the committee is tackling at any given moment. We believe this prior knowledge will serve her well as a new member of the committee. We believe Marie's industry knowledge paired with her experience of knowing brand statute will give her the experience needed to hit the ground running as a committee member. She is well versed in how the brand affects producers inside and outside of the inspection area. Therefore, we urge you to confirm her to appoint to the Nebraska Brand Committee. Thank you for allowing us to show our support and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next proponent for Marie Farr, confirmation. Next proponent, is there opposition to her confirmation? Anyone neutral? Okay, very good, thank you. Now we'll move on to Steve, Mr. Stroup. Stroup, okay. Forgive me for that. Steve Stroup. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Chairman Halloran and Ag Committee members. I appreciate your time and consideration. I'm here for an appointment to the Nebraska Brand Committee. My name is Stephen Stroup, S-T-E-V-E-N, S-T-R-O-U-P. I live at Bankelman, Nebraska. I'm a fifth-generation farmer and rancher in Dundee County. I've been married to the same gal for 43 years, and we have 4 sons, 9 grandchildren, and 1 about 6 weeks out. We own and operate a dryland and irrigated farm. We maintain a cow herd, and we operate a feedlot where most of the cattle are commercially fed. We still farm our tree claim quarter that took place in 1892. 10 years ago, our youngest son, Jordan, came back, and we began a retail meat business where we take some of our Angus cows and we'll breed them to a Wagyu bull. And then we will ship meat across the United States and sell farmers markets, so on and so forth. I've served on various committees in Dundee County, local committees. As far as boards within the state, I serve on the Nebraska Lutheran Outdoor Ministries Advisory Council. I've served on the Nebraska Board of Directors for Nebraska Cattlemen for 2 terms. I've served on the Farm Bureau Board SLPC Committee for 2 terms. I was on the Farm Bureau Nebraska Cattlemen Market Task Force, and I'm a graduate of Nebraska Lead Program 32. I look forward to learning about the workings of the Nebraska Brand Committee, protecting livestock owners' rights, as well as evaluating future needs and changes. I'll always listen and hear both sides of the story before ever making a decision. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stroup. Any questions from the committee?
I feel like we have to ask him.
We have to ask you. So I'm going to ask several of the same questions I asked previously. So you seem to be and sound to be, and I'm sure you are inspired to become a member of this committee.
Absolutely. One of the things when you belong to some of these state organizations or members of, you get the opportunity to learn so much because you can kind of live in a small world and you don't really get the big picture a lot of times. Yes, I've had the brand man come to my place numerous times over the last several years, but you really don't understand how all that works until you're part of it. And so, yes, to be inspired, to be able to speak logically and educationally about what they do, I think that's important just because of some of the misinformation that can be there with this or anything else.
Very good. Do you have a question, Senator Ibach?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would pose you the same question in that, do you foresee any challenges that you know of or are kind of on your radar as far as the brand committee is concerned?
I think the challenges that we're going to deal with are those of differences of what we should do. Should we EID? Should we just strictly stick to brand? And from a 30,000 foot view, I think some of those are going to be driven by consumer interest and demand. You know, you take the Proposition 12 that California is going through now, and we're trying to hopefully get a favorable Supreme Court decision. I think some of that's going to play a part in that regardless of what maybe our committee does or what maybe our views in what we want to do, I think some of that can have a bigger part than just maybe a smaller challenge, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And I'm always proud to have somebody from District 44 in a leadership position. So
It's good to have one on the
thank
board.
you for running. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Thank you, Senator Ibach. So again, similar question I had asked previously. Your disposition on the EID versus, not to put it versus, but versus the hot brand for a means of identifying animals. Do you ever see a time when you think that EID would become mandatory and be the only means?
I don't think EID will become mandatory for ownership if you want it that way. I think EID might become mandatory at some point down the road, 20, 25 years before you can sell your animal, because we as livestock producers are going to be held accountable for what we've done to that animal, the vaccinations, and people are going to want to be able to pick that up and take a look at it and say, here's what's taken place. For ownership, it should be optional if you want to do that, if we get the technology right. The brand, as restated, is permanent, and personally, I like it. However, I also like the EID for other things. But at some point, it can be a form of ownership, but I don't think it'll ever be mandatory unless we get into a situation where they say branding is no longer allowed, or you can't sell your beef in this spot. I think that being driven by that could be a greater potential.
So you kind of see it as a marketing tool then?
So the EID is a marketing tool if you use it that way. We currently this fall went through an audit process where we are cleared to feed beef for China and for the European Union. And it starts with an EID tag that traces that animal from its birth point to the finish point. So that's where the EID is playing a big part. Now that's away from brand. That has nothing to do with brand for that purpose. But I personally like the hog brand.
Okay, any further questions? Senator Hanson.
I think you hit the nail on the head. And sort of Mrs. Farr, when they talk about having the option to do it, I think. And that's one of my only concerns is to see how open certain committee members are about IEDs. And my concern is also we're like one outbreak away from the federal government mandating that we do stuff like this. That's one of my biggest concerns. And the more technologically savvy IEDs become, I think, the easier they will be for people to maybe use them. And so it sounds like you're there but not there, but at least you like the idea of having an option. So I appreciate that.
Senator Hanson, there's 2 countries in the United States that don't have electronic EID, us and India. And that's more for health purposes. If I was to say we needed mandatory EID, it has nothing to do with brand, but have everything to do with disease traceability.
And Binkelman, is that about as far southwest as you can get?
Just about.
I thought so, yeah. Okay. Well, thanks.
All right, thank you, Senator Hanson. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Now we'll move to proponents for this confirmation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Halloran and members of the Ag Committee. My name is Andrew Dunkley, Andrew Dunkley. I'm with the Nebraska Farm Bureau. I apologize, I brought the wrong testimony, so you're not going to get a copy today, but I am here in support of the appointment of Steve Stroup to the Nebraska Brand Committee. We couldn't be happier for Steve and are so happy to testify on his behalf. Steve has an abundance of wealth, as I'm sure you just heard firsthand. In this area, he's a true cattleman and has been great in this industry. He has been a resource to me in this job on brand issues and cattle management issues in the short time that I've been here in the Nebraska Farm Bureau, and since he's joined our board, since a little over. I believe 2 months now, he has upped our game when it comes to brand issues in particular, but especially livestock issues. So we very much support his appointment. I'm also testifying today on behalf of Nebraska Cattlemen, Nebraska State Dairy Association, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska Wheat Growers, and Nebraska pork producers. With that, I'm open for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dunkley. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional proponents for Stephen Stroup?
Good afternoon.
Again.
Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee, I'm Rob Starr, ROBSTAR. I'm Vice Chair of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Brand and Property Rights Committee, a cattle producer from the Hershey area. I'm testifying on behalf of Nebraska Cattlemen today in support of the confirmation of Steve Stroup to be appointed to the Nebraska Brand Committee. Mr. Stroup has a diversified cattle enterprise near Bankerland, Nebraska, and his family has a cow-calf operation, feeds cattle, and their own branded beef product. Steve has served the industry through his service to the Nebraska Cattlemen Board of Directors and is currently on the Nebraska Farm Bureau Board. Steve is an individual who will measure all sides of an issue before giving his input. We believe this is an asset for any committee member to exhibit when making decisions that will progress the industry forward. His broad experience and location in Nebraska will bring a new level of diversity to the committee. Nebraska Cattlemen urges the committee to swiftly confirm Steve Stroup as a member of the Nebraska Brand Committee. Thank you for allowing us to give this input today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional proponents for Steve Stroup? Proponents? Is there any opposition to this confirmation appointment? Any in the neutral? Seeing none, that concludes our hearings for appointments to the Brand Committee. And we thank you all for being here. We'll move on to LB 229. Welcome, Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Holland. It's good to be in front of the Ag Committee again. My name is Steve Erdman. I represent District 47. And how you spell my name is Steverdman. I'm here today to bring you LB 429, and I would call it a cleanup bill. Senator Hansen had made a comment earlier about it seems to be kind of controversial with some of the brand issues. Been working on branding things for better part of 6 years. Had several bills that try to bring some common sense approach to what we do in branding. There has been an issue that has been, what shall I say, brought to the forefront in the recent past. One of the feedlot organizations have had an opportunity to do things, had opportunity to transfer cattle from grow yards or wherever they may have had them housed to a RFL without having them inspected. And last summer, the District Court in Alliance ruled that that was appropriate. And so the Brand Committee has changed their requirements and allowed everyone else to do the same things that one organization had an opportunity to do, no one else did. I visited with some of the Brand Committee people, and to my surprise, after they changed their ruling to change their policy to let other people do what this organization was doing, nobody accepted that opportunity, and we're still doing inspections. And so we're trying to clarify this. It's in the court system now, but we're trying to clarify what happens. And so if you look at the bill on the green copy, I've had the amendment or the changes stricken or to the statute is there. And I'll just read what we're trying to do there, and then I'll make a small explanation. It says any cattle originating from states or portions of states not having brand inspection and which are accompanied by satisfactory evidence of ownership may be moved directly from the point of origin into a registered feedlot. And then number 3, except as provided in subsection 1 and 2 of this section, the Nebraska Brand Committee shall subject any cattle moved into a registered feedlot to physically inspect the brands, or if applicable, to electronically inspection within a reasonable time after they arrive at the registered feedlot. So that's what we're trying to do. What's happening is these cattle are moved from the origination point and they're taken to a grow yard or maybe to the pasture or wherever they are. And then they are transferred to the registered feedlot, and these cattle have never been inspected. And so basically what we're doing here is we're circumventing the brand law to have those cattle at least inspected once. We're not changing the fact that they can have these cattle originate in a non-brand area or a state without branding if they have proof of ownership and they're delivered directly to the RFL that is still acceptable. But if they go to a grow yard and then they have been gathered up there and taken to an RFL, then that's when they need to be inspected. And so that's the opportunity that I present to you today, to fix the language so that it's very clear and concise, so that any judge or anyone else reading it understands that cattle need to be inspected at least once. And you've probably all seen the fiscal note. I visited with the director of the brand committee about the fiscal note, and his assumption is they're going to inspect another 192,000 head of cattle that aren't currently inspected at 85 cents a head. That equates to about $163,000 in revenue. And his estimate is it's going to take 3 more people plus to do that. Well, if you look at it in this regard, each brand inspector today in the state of Nebraska inspects about 63,000 head. And so it will depend largely where these cattle are, where they're all in one place where there's not inspectors already in place. So it could take up to 3, and they're not exactly sure how many it'll take. So I appreciated his fiscal note saying this could happen. But I think the most significant part of this is once they changed their requirements, that they did not have to be inspected from a grow yard to an RFL, the other groups did not do that. They still are inspecting. And the purpose is to determine ownership. And I believe if I owned a grow yard, I would want to be interested in having those inspected to make sure that I'm delivering the cattle that they own. And so you will hear today that from those in opposition to this, that it's a cost prohibitive thing to do that. And I would contend that in this day and age, that when a fat calf is loaded on the truck, it's probably worth $1,600. And if 85 cents is making a difference in your $1,600 animal's profit, you need to get doing something else. And so what we need to understand, and I've seen this happen because I attended some of those hearings that Senator Holleran had a couple summers ago. And it appears to me that we have a disconnect between the feedlots and the cattle producer. And they don't understand that we're in this all together. We're all in the cattle business, and what's good for one should be good for the other. And so if we didn't have feedlots, we wouldn't need cattle to be produced. And if we didn't have cattle producers, we wouldn't need feedlots. So it's a combination of us working together to accomplish what we need to accomplish in the beef industry. At some point in time, we need to sit down and figure out how to do all this and how we can do it in cooperation rather than being against each other. And so if this brings about something to that regard, I would appreciate that. But until we do, we need to make sure that everybody's treated the same. The Supreme Court may rule and may make this completely null and void. We'll see what happens. They're going to have a hearing sometime last of March, 1st of April, and the Supreme Court will rule on the district court's decision. So we'll see what comes of that. But right now, I think it's important that everybody's on the same page and we clarify the statute so they understand what we're doing. So it's kind of a complicated issue, and I'll try to answer any questions that you may have. I don't have all the answers, and if I have something I haven't been able to answer, I'll get the answer and get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Erdman. Committee questions. This is for some of the new members. It's kind of like drinking from the fire hose. We use that expression a lot around here, but if there's not questions now, there may be by the close. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chairman. I've learned a lot more about the branding committee than I ever thought I would, being a chiropractor from Blair. And so I could at least get some idea how this works now. But will this change anything like from those who were not in the branding area for the ones who are? That shouldn't affect any of that.
It won't affect those people.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Beth, any questions, Senator? Oh, excuse me, Senator Luigi.
That's it. Thank you, Chairman. When the Supreme Court hears this, will this resolve the issue for once and for all, or is it?
You know, Senator, I don't know what their decision is going to be, but it very well could resolve it because what they say will be the law. But I think that the issue that I've seen in the court decision in Boxview County, the judge seemed to consider what a small portion of the industry was doing and ruled in that favor. And so it was kind of peculiar to see that the rest of the community is doing something else, and the judge made a decision different than I thought he would make. And so I think that's why, and I don't believe the brand committee can probably come here and testify because of the court date coming up, but I think that's probably what happened there. And so going forward, once the decision was made in district court, the brand committee had no choice but to adhere to the decision. So that's why they did what they did. But it's not what they've been doing in the past. This was a thing put in place in 2008, and I'm not familiar with why it was put in place that one organization would have an opportunity different than others.
From what I hear you saying is the Supreme Court has agreed to hear it.
They have. My understanding is it's going to be the last part of March or the 1st of April.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rippey. Any further questions from the committee? Senator Ibach.
Thank you. So when cattle move, and I should know this, but I don't. When cattle move from a non-brand inspection area, for instance, eastern Nebraska, do they pay any fees to the branding commission when their cattle move into a brand inspection area?
The people from the non-branding area, I don't believe they do, but they will have to have a company, something has to accompany those cattle to prove ownership. And we're not restricting those people coming from a non-brand area or into an RFL. And once they get to an RFL, a registered feedlot, they can deliver those cattle to a terminal, which is a slaughter plant, without having them be inspected again. Because what they do is in the RFL, the brand committee will come in and inspect their books to see if the same number of cattle they shipped in, they shipped out minus the death loss or whatever it is besides that. And they pay a one-time 85 cents. Currently, they pay 85 cents on the head capacity for the feedlot on an annual basis. And if they turn their feedlot twice, it winds up being 42.5 cents per head. So it's kind of a reasonable cost. Everybody else pays 85 cents. But as I said, it's a partnership between not only the feedlot, but those who produce the cattle.
One more question, can I ask you?
Yes, Senator
I
Ibach.
should know this too. Do you know how many brand inspectors there are currently? Do you
In
know
the,
how
in the
many?
state,
Yeah.
I used to know that. I knew that last year.
I'm sorry.
80 sounds right. Maybe the analyst would have a better opinion, but I can't tell you exactly.
And
what it
so
is.
the fiscal note is just for 3
Yes,
additional?
yes, it is. I do know that the average head inspected is about 63,000 on an annual basis. And so that's how they arrived at the fact they needed three plus people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Erdman. Stay around for close.
I would. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move to proponents of LB 229. Proponents. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Holler, and welcome back, I guess, to all of us. My name is Al Davis. I am the registered lobbyist for the Independent Cattlemen of Nebraska. I'm also speaking here today for the Nebraska Farmers Union since Mr. Hansen has other commitments and couldn't be here to address you. The Independent Cattlemen of Nebraska and Nebraska's Farmers Union are both supportive of Senator Erdman's LB 229 because it corrects issues associated with the brand inspection program, which are longstanding. NFU and ICON both feel the work of the Nebraska Brand Committee is vital to the safety and security of the livestock industry in western Nebraska. We also feel that fair and equitable treatment should ascribe to every individual or entity located within the brand inspection area, and that the rules and regulations must apply to all producers, large and small. You will note that the bill deals with registered feedlots, which have a unique relationship with the Brand Committee and pay a significantly different fee, and in return are exempt from many of the rules which apply to cattle in open pastures or in non-registered feedlots. The registered feedlots pay a one-time capacity charge on cattle in their care, which reduces their per head fee by about 50%, as Senator Erdman just said. Nevertheless, the feedlots feel that the costs are too high and they have forgotten that they were given special benefits initially and that they opted into the program. They are not required to enter it. In this specific issue, some feedlots are using areas not a part of the feedlot as a grow lot, and they have claimed exemption from inspection when cattle are placed in these facilities. LB 229 intends to remedy this situation by clearly stating that all cattle entering a registered feedlot need to have some documentation and inspection. This bill contains a fiscal note which is detached from reality, in my opinion. It calls for 3.5 inspectors to be available to inspect the cattle coming from this grow lot and into the registered feedlots. That amounts to 140 hours of work per week or 20 hours per day. This flies in the face of common sense and is an indicator of the common phrase death by fiscal note, in my opinion. Clearly, it is important that all business entities operating within the confines of the Nebraska brand area should be governed by the same rules, regulations, and customs. Carving out special benefits for specific entities or individuals destroys the integrity of the entire system. Again, we want to thank Senator Erdman for introducing the bill. It is important, and we encourage you to move it to the floor where it can be discussed by the entire body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any questions from the committee? That's been pretty thorough.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there additional proponents for LB 229? Seeing none, we'll move to opposition. Is there anyone in opposition to LB 229? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holler and members of the Ag Committee. My name is Abram Babcock, spelled Abram Babcock. I am president of Adams Land and Cattle. And here I am today testifying in opposition of LB 229. And I thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. Senator Brewer, I'd like to thank you for your service to our district and our country, and we're proud to have you represent Custer County and look forward to your visit later this month. As background, Adams Land and Cattle in Broken Bow, Custer County. We're a family-owned business, and our success is due to no small part of our 150 employees, from skilled welders and mechanics to animal and data scientists with masters and doctorates. Adams Land and Cattle was started in 1950 with the purchase of 320 acres of farm ground and some milk cows. Today, Adams Land and Cattle has 3 finishing lots that hold 125,000 head and have another 125,000 head in backgrounding lots in 85 locations across the country. Not only do we purchase a substantial amount of distillers grains, we also purchase over 25 million bushels of corn each year. And we're proud to be a significant economic driver in our home county and across Nebraska. Our owners, Jerry and Bill Adams, are focused on innovation and sustainability. We conduct large pen research trials on a regular basis, assessing the impacts of management, feed ingredients, and farmer products on cattle performance and health. And we're committed to helping ensure the next generation of ag leaders can carry on the important work here in Nebraska. LB 229, as written, would have a substantial and very negative impact on Adams Land and Cattle and other registered feedlots that use backgrounding lots. To walk you through a little history, the registered feedlot program became part of the Brand Act in 1999, and ALCC became a registered feedlot shortly thereafter. 10 years later, in September of 2009, the Brand Committee adopted a program to allow any registered feedlot to ship cattle from a backgrounding lot to a registered feedlot without physical inspection. Naturally, ALCC entered into a written agreement with the Brand Committee to qualify for this program. Was accepted, and we set up a production system of buying cattle, placing them into backgrounding lots, and then transferring them to our registered feedlot with no physical inspection. For over 13 years, ALCC has implemented this program with no estrays, which are lost animals or cattle owned by others that happen to stray into our yards. To be a registered feedlot, we already pay $125,000 a year and receive no benefit from the brand inspection program. To adopt LB 229, the estimated additional cost to ALCC would be over $3 million. We would incur $250,000 in additional inspection fees, and we estimate from our research it would cost in excess of $2.8 million because of loss of weight from poor management practices we'd have to adopt and the man hours that would be involved in these inspections. ALCC is respectively requesting that LB 229 not be voted out of committee. Not only would it have a negative impact on Adams Land and Cattle and other registered feedlots, but it makes little sense given how cattle are handled and moved through our industry today. And thank you for the time, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, since there's probably not many on the committee that have been to see exactly the interaction between the brand inspection folks and the feedlot, kind of draw us a picture. What does it look like? What are the actual contact that the brand inspectors have with the cattle that you're paying the fee to have them inspect?
Yeah, so today they would come to the office and they would do a desk inspection of, proof of ownership, whether that be health papers, brand papers, bill of sales, those type of things.
And as far as actually walking the cattle or walking the pens, do they physically inspect X number of cattle each trip?
They do not on our lots. And part of that, the majority of cattle that would move through our production system actually don't have a physical brand on them anyway. So there's really nothing to physically inspect on a lot of these cattle. Now, some of them do have brands, but some do not.
What about the number of them that are actually electronic tagged?
Yeah, so when we purchase cattle, they would go to one of our backgrounding lots. We put EIDs in 100% of our cattle. Our backgrounders are also required to use our data system. So every day they're tying information as far as movement, health, feeding, all of that information to that EID on a daily basis using our management system.
And it would be through the EID tag, like we were talking earlier, that if there was some type of disease or sickness, they would track it back.
Yeah, and then when they come to the yard, then we verify that the right cattle are arriving at the right time. But yes, from a disease traceability standpoint, we could do that very quickly in a timely manner as well.
And the cattle that you have in the feedlot come from how far away?
We would buy cattle from Canada to Florida, from Virginia to California.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Hughes.
New person. Okay, so on your estimate, you said it would cost you guys over $3 million.
Yeah.
The 250,000 is just clearly that additional inspection fees.
Yeah.
But you think it'll cost an additional 2.8 million because of the loss of weight from poor management practices.
Yeah.
But you're saying the inspectors don't go out and mess with the cattle.
But in this case, what this is saying is that with the change in LB 229, they would have to.
Okay, that's what
Yes,
I needed.
that
to
would
know.
they would have to.
Today
So they would
they
need-
come in, look at paperwork.
Yes,
Done.
they would have to
If
physically
this
go
goes
inspect.
into date, then walk through that. What
Yeah,
would
so
happen?
if this would go through, they would have to physically inspect, I assume either leaving the backgrounding lot or arrival to one of our registered feedlots. They would have to inspect every head that moved onto those lots on an annual basis. So, that would be, plus or minus 300,000 head a year we would move.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hughes. Additional questions? Good question. Senator Ibach, thank you.
Thank you for coming in today. First of all, I would congratulate the Adams Land and Cow Company because Jerry was inducted into the National Cattle Feeders Hall of Fame last week. And so congratulations on that. And I think that's a really big deal. Your efforts in sustainability are amazing, to say the least. Anyway, you talked a little bit about estrays. And I wouldn't think that you guys would have a lot, but do you have any that?
To my knowledge, there has been none.
Okay.
There's been absolutely none that have been identified.
So we wouldn't have to worry about that. Okay. All right. Thank you. Congratulations
Thank you.
again.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. I'm just curious here. You're saying it would cost an additional $3 million. Now, that would be additional costs incurred from inspecting from the grow lots, backgrounder lots.
Yeah, we'd have to change the production system pretty significantly as far as, so today we would schedule everything out of our backgrounders and arrival to finish. And keep in mind, we're feeding cattle at 85 locations from Kansas, all of Nebraska, South Dakota, Iowa. So basically, as those cattle move, we would have to schedule a brand inspector to be on site. They would have to physically inspect all of those cattle. And then our arrival to the feedlot, if they hadn't been inspected, would have to be inspected there. Our concern is the time that it would take, right? If to do that, Right. We try to ship cattle. We process them timely. We want to get them back to their home pen. Anything that impacts the timing of that has significant performance impacts on those cattle.
So that would be 125,000 head that you'd be talking.
No, we would move about 300,000 head on an annual basis from backgrounding to our finish lots.
Okay. So that'd be about $10 a head that you would.
Yeah, you bet. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well. Okay, additional questions? All right, thank you, sir. Additional opposition to LB 229. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. How are you guys? Chairman Holloman and members of the Ag Committee, my name is Brad Foote, spelled Bradfoote, and I'm a resident of Imperial, Nebraska. And my family, along with myself, own and operate Imperial Beef LLC. I felt I needed to state my opinion on this subject because of how important the cattle industry is to myself, my family, and to so many people in our state. While I'm opposed to LB 229, I do hope that continuing conversations with the stakeholders can result in a proposal that addresses all the concerns of all the cattle operators, ranchers, backgrounders, and feedlot operators alike. I grew up in a town south of Kansas City in eastern Kansas where we had a small livestock operation. As time went on, our business, Foote Cattle Company, grew, and my brother Scott and I moved west to run feed yards, which we had purchased. Since then, we have increased our operation to 5 feed yards, 4 of them in Kansas and 1 in Nebraska. Imperial Beef has a one-time capacity of 62,000 head, and over the course of a year, we move approximately 135,000 head of choice cattle through it. Many of them purchased locally from ranchers and backgrounders right here in the state of Nebraska. We also purchase over 8 million bushels of corn, 100,000 tons of silage, 100,000 tons of distillers grains, and 15,000 tons of hay, all from local farmers and ethanol plants. We employ 65 hardworking people in the area to help make the economy of Southwest Nebraska thrive. I love the livestock industry. It runs deep in my family, and to say cattle feeding is a passion of ours would be an understatement. I feel I have a unique point of view when it comes to the brand laws in Nebraska with my firsthand experience owning feedlots in both states, only one of which has mandatory brand inspection. Because of this, I hope that I can portray to you why the current brand laws are outdated, unfair to the Western Nebraska feed yards, and a great example of overregulation and government overreach. Since I moved to Imperial in January of 2007, we have spent approximately $675,000 on brand inspection related costs. Those are just the hard costs. The soft costs associated with this would be an additional $150,000 to $175,000, which would include locating brand papers, health papers, bills of sale, sale barn recaps, and other items brand law requires of us on each head of cattle we own. We have spent countless hours acquiring those things that feedlots outside the brand area, including eastern Nebraska, do not deal with. The second issue I want to address is the current brand laws are not needed at the feedlot level. Over the past 16 years in Imperial Beef, we have moved approximately 1.9 million head of cattle through our yard in Imperial. And with that number, we have had 0 stolen, misplaced, or lost cattle recovered. I want to point out that we have also had 0 stolen, misplaced, or lost cattle found at our Kansas feed yards where there is no mandatory brand inspection. In summary, I'm not requesting that the brand system be abolished. If it is the choice of the rancher to continue the brand inspections when the cattle leave the ranch or go to the sale barn, then so be it. But let's do it on a voluntary system. The voluntary system in place in Kansas has 6 full-time brand inspectors, and they are available to all livestock owners across the state. And this system works smoothly for all of Kansas and its feed yards. I also know that many feedlot operators in eastern Kansas and the system that they are currently doing works smoothly as well. It is completely unnecessary cost and a waste of valuable time to put this burden on feed yards in the brand inspection area. I'd rather give the money to our hardworking employees so they can continue to better themselves and their families. Senator Ibach, as our new senator, welcome and thank you for your service. We would love to have you and your colleagues visit our operations in Kansas or Nebraska. I would also be more than happy to show you firsthand the differences between the two states and how they handle brand inspections. Finally, all of you should have received a letter from Lee Bork, who has previously testified before this committee on the subject of brand inspection. Lee also has cattle feeding operations in Nebraska located in Lexington, Holdridge, and Kearney, as well as Kansas. Unfortunately, Lee cannot be here today, but I encourage you to read his comments. He sums it up well, and I quote, "This issue makes Nebraska producers less competitive and divides an industry I love. Nebraska Cattlemen, the Farm Bureau, the Dairy Association, ICON, Farmers Union, all these groups, they all represent Nebraska agriculture producers. They play a vital role, but are being torn apart because no one is willing to listen and modernize the current system. Senators, I appreciate your time and service. I am convinced there's a win-win here for all Nebraska producers across the entire state. LB 229 is not a solution, and I respectfully request that you not advance the bill. Thank you for this opportunity to share my views, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have."
Right on the money time-wise. Any questions from the committee? So Senator Erdman made a comment about the feed yards need the cow-calf operators, and the cow-calf operators need the feed yards, right?
Agreed.
I went into this several years ago being rather naive in that I thought that the cattle industry was one industry. Okay? And it should be. It should be. But I've heard this time and time again where there's this angst about identifying animals, the cost of identifying animals. And it's important to the cow-calf operator. It's very important. And I understand sometimes people don't like to share in the cost of having an industry and satisfying the need to of ownership and governing ownership. I understand that. But I don't know how you all can get along without each other. And this isn't meant to be a lecture, but it's a question. Well, maybe it's not a question, a rhetorical question. How can you guys ever start getting along? It's one industry.
There's no doubt we have to have each other. It doesn't work otherwise. So, there's lots of issues in the livestock industry, this being one of them. And there is a solution here. We just got to get together and figure out a way to peacefully talk it out. It's there. We just have to make it happen. And I think this is a start. We just got to get here, make it happen. So, yes, it is unfortunate.
Further questions, Senator Rabel.
Mr. Foote, thank you for being here. And I have a question. So for all the cattle that come through your feedlot, do they all have EID tags on them?
No, ma'am, they do not.
They do not. And it's the same in Kansas. They don't have EID tags.
That is correct.
And so what type of records then do you have?
We would put what we call dangle tags in them.
Okay.
So like are you familiar? Okay, there's a tag, we'll put so say cattle show up from a sale barn. We buy numbers of cattle from sale barn, which most feed yards do. They'll have we'll put a 4-digit tag in there, or 4-digit number tag, I apologize. And with that number, we'll trace back where they came from. If any of them was sick, we had to give them shots, their feed records, all that kind of stuff. In weight, out weights.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rabel. Senator Ibach.
I have a curious question.
Okay.
Actually, I should welcome you first from District 44. Thank you for traveling this far. So in Kansas, let me back up just a second. If you, do you request a brand inspection then in Kansas?
No, we do not.
Okay. If you did, would there be an occasion that you would?
In all the years we fed cattle in Kansas, which has been my entire life, I do not recall a time we've ever requested or needed a brand inspection in the state of Kansas.
Okay, so you mentioned that some people do request a brand inspection in Kansas.
Yes.
So is there a fee for that in Kansas?
Yes, I believe there is. I believe it's $1 a head.
And does that go to like a brand inspection?
Yeah, a budget of some sort.
Okay,
Yes.
but it's not required, so you would have no reason to really request it at the feedlot level.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next opposition, LB 229. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Cassie Lapisotis, CassielaPaseotes. I want to take the opportunity to thank Senator Steve Erdman for his years of service to the state and his capacity as my state senator. However, I appear before you today in opposition of LB 229, introduced by Senator Erdman. And here, let me explain why. I'm a fourth generation member of my family's operation in Bridgeport. We farm, run a cow-calf herd, run yearlings on grass, and have 2 registered feedlots. Myself and my cousin Nicholas are both very active in the day-to-day management of our operation alongside both of our fathers. I grew up working with my mom on her ranch and feedlot, which today my sister, her husband, and their 3 children own and operate. Being part of the future of Nebraska's biggest economic driver, I recognize it is my duty to step up and mold that future. Registered feedlots are areas where the least, if any, strays are discovered, yet they hold the highest financial obligation for the brand committee. Instead of trying to find solutions to help ease commerce, LB 229 adds more barriers for us cattlemen and cattlewomen to compete on a global level. When the brand committee was formed in 1941, yes, it was necessary to begin implementing a brand law. And yes, there was a reason to have 2/3 of the state in the brand area where the eastern part of the state was not. But it is not 1941, and we must consider the future of our industry and the state. We need to bring our industry together the best we can to create a sustainable future. I ask you, why are we spending time and resources trying to band-aid an outdated law? Why are we trying to incur more of a financial burden on registered feedlots? And why are we not exploring solutions that are already available to help make Nebraska more competitive in the global marketplace? I want to thank you all for your service to Nebraska and would like to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Any questions from the committee? Senator Rabel?
Thank you so much for coming today. Can you tell me, with your cattle, do you have the EID tags or just a simple hang tag with the number?
So on our cow-calf herd, we don't put them in when they're born baby calves, but as they come into the feedlot, we are now implementing an EID alongside the dangle tag for a cross-reference system.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Brewer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think when we started looking at some of the brand inspection issues some years ago, the thing that became very obvious is to do away with the brand commission would correlate to some public hangings somewhere in western Nebraska. So when we had hearings on it, we couldn't use a regular room like this. We had to use the other chamber of the house. So we all have very vivid memories of that. So if we go to your question, why do we sell the brand commission? Well, there are those that just feel such an ownership to that brand, and especially if it's a brand that's been there for so many generations. The idea of wiping that system out and not being able to look out in the pasture and see cattle with your brand, the cattle with the brand on it, it's just something I don't know that the ones that have it now will ever accept that. You know, so what we're trying to do is thread the needle and figure out what's right, what's fair, and how should that shape.
Absolutely. And I think the answer goes along to the last testimony is I personally don't think anybody wants to rid of a brand or a registered brand. I think the opportunity is still there to keep the registered brands, but on a voluntary system, if you choose to have the inspection or not. There's a big disconnect on getting rid of brands and eliminating mandatory brand inspection. And I think it's a big point to note that just like in the last testimony, we really can come together as an industry. And I think it's big to note that we now, instead of operating with our neighboring states, we're now operating in a global economy. And it's countries like the Netherlands. They're now the second biggest ag exporter. They exported $1 billion worth of beef in the last year, which is very on the same playing field of what Nebraska alone is exporting, with a third of the land that Nebraska has itself. So the big picture is how do we make ourselves on a level playing field globally and do global business instead of trying to focus on nitpicking a law that there is a solution for, where the cow-calf and the feedlots and the sale barns, we can all come together on having it be voluntary, and if you choose to have it, you pay for it.
For one, that's very informative. It seems like I drove through the Netherlands and it was about like driving through Cherry County, so I can't ever believe that they're number 3. So that's good information. All right, thank you for this.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? So this may not be a fair analogy, right? But it's an attempt at one. So I look at identifying ownership of animals much the way I do ownership of vehicles. Right? We have a reason for registering vehicles, licensing vehicles, and it isn't just to accumulate funds for the county, although it may seem like that's one of the primary reasons, but it's to identify ownership of a vehicle.
Mhm.
And in spite of that, we still have stolen vehicles. I get that, but there's a way to trace a vehicle if it's lost or stolen. And to me, it's very similar to what the brand law is supposed to do, and that's to identify animals as we identify stolen vehicles by means of having identification of those animals.
Mhm.
You know, with cattle, it's hot brand off a pasture, and maybe EIDs and feed yards. And there's a cost to that, but it's a cost to the whole industry to do that. Now, you know, if registered feed yards didn't have a fee to pay, then someone has to pick up the slack for that fee, and it would be the cow-calf operator, right? And I guess at some level, it's almost a matter of conscience that as an industry, out of respect for those that bring the feeder cattle to you, and I understand you feed your own animal or you have your own feeders, but out of respect to those that bring the cattle to the feed yards to fatten, they need a little bit of that subsidy, if you will.
Absolutely, I understand. And so a few things to note there. On our cow-calf side, the calves we raise, which we bring into our own feedlots, we do not put a hot iron on those animals. They never change ownership, yet we still pay that inspection fee on our own animals that we raise ourselves. And I think it's showing that the registered feedlots, that is not where this issue is lying. So the registered feedlots are paying for a portion of this, but it's in the cow-calf sector. If you have an issue, like we wouldn't, as a cow-calf producer, I would choose to not have my animals brand inspected coming into my own yard. Now, my neighbor, they might choose to, and if that's the case, they pay their portion of it. The other thing is if we went to voluntary inspection, the amount of inspectors that you would have would be similar to that in Kansas. So the financial burden, the financial aspect of it is eliminated down to possibly, what did we say, 80 earlier? Down to possibly 6 on a voluntary system. So it takes all the financial, it eliminates that at a different level. Is that?
Okay. So why would someone in a voluntary situation, why would someone be compelled to call? I mean, if it was as in Kansas and it was voluntary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they be compelled to call an inspector? What would the circumstances be?
Well, the way I see it is, maybe the bigger ranchers up in the Sandhills, I think there's some issues with their neighbors, and say they have an issue with a neighboring, and they go to gather their calves. If I don't trust the fact that my neighbors are gonna be honest, I could say, I would like to have a brand inspector when you gather your animals, but I will pay for it. The other way I can see it is if I was a sale barn owner, I would continue to have inspection at every sale that goes on. And anybody that brings animals to that sale barn would pay a fee as they do today to sell their animals through that barn. And that takes some of the liability off of the cow-calf guide. That's where any strays would be picked up, is through a sale barn. And to know if I was a producer that had it voluntary, I'm not saying I would never use brand inspection ever again, or I would never brand my animals ever again. It's to say that if I need the inspection, I would pay for it.
Okay. Any additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Additional opposition, LB 229. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is James Olson, JAMESOLSEN. I manage a feed yard in Elba, Nebraska, and my testimony is in opposed to LB 229. I am not a registered feed yard because I'm a grow yard, and I guess what I'd like to explain about, we've talked a lot about EID tags, and in the handout that I'm handing you is exactly what we do. The people that own the feed yard are from Wisconsin, and we're dairy crosses. So we have ownership of these cattle at day 5. So from day 5, they are moved from, where they're picked up to Amish barns in Indiana, and Michigan. And from that location, then they're moved to some step-up yards in Wisconsin and in Missouri. And then from there, they're brought to our facility. And as you can see, there's on them EID tags, it shows that it comes from Cecil, Wisconsin to Windmill Feed Yard. And basically at that time, the registered or the certified or the vet basically has to send that copy of that same EID that you're seeing there has to go to the state veterinarian, just for the reason that basically the state wanted to make sure that they would, if there was any type of an outbreak with TB, that they'd be able to come to the location that was associated with those EID tags. And basically the state right now requires that they come once a year to make sure that none of our pens are adjacent to a pasture pen, so that there's no possible transfer of TB into the breeding stock. So anyway, so the cattle then, as they're moved out of our facility, they're in our facility for 100 days, and they're moved out of our facility. And you can see on the next location, they'll go to different locations in Kansas, down where they're being harvested at. And also at that time, our veterinarian will basically do the same thing. He'll send all those EID tags that are the animals that are being transferred from our facility to the Kansas yard. And the state then basically puts that in their library of the cattle being moved back and forth. And right now there's a fee from our vet that charges us $45 per week when he does this. And as you can see on there's what the inspection fee is for the brand guy to come out to my place, what he charges at 85 cents. Basically, I hate to say this, but the gentleman comes to my yard, he sits in his car, I tell him what cattle are going to which location, I hand him a check, he prints me off those tickets, I go back into the place, he leaves the yard. There is absolutely no inspection. There's nothing for him to look at. There's no brands on these animals. They're slick hided. There's nothing to look at. I guess, like it shows the difference in cost of, that the cost is $436. I've been associated with this yard for 23 years, and never have we asked the brand committee to come in and look for an animal that we've lost, or have we asked, or has the brand committee come to us and asked us, looking for an animal that they've lost. And I guess in the spring of 2020, I went to the board meeting at Brewster to discuss the same thing that I'm discussing with you here today, that I just felt this was not a correct charge for how they were charging, that I should have to pay more than a registered feed yard would be at 50 cents. And they told me at that time they would take it upon the senators to, because they had no ability to change the rate of what it would cost me to have the animals in and out of our yard.
Mr. Olson, your time's up, but there may be questions from the committee that.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have questions from the committee? Senator Brewer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finish what you're saying here. I'm tracking with you and you kind of left me hanging. So I know you got to run out of time, but.
So basically, I never heard anything back from the committee that I went to in Brewster in the year 2020. So in 2022, I was at the cattlemen's meeting in Valentine, and the brand committee was presenting some stuff about the brand laws and stuff like that. And when they got done, they sat down next to me and Dr. Kip Lucasavage, and we asked them if they had ever heard anything back from the senators about what our presentation was up in Brewster. And they told me that if I could come to the brand meeting in Valentine in July and present my case, they would have a better answer for me. I went to the brand committee in July, presented my case, and as today, I have never heard nothing back. So, you talk about the EIDs and about what they can do for you. Our EIDs, we can follow them all the way through the packer. We get our, on the carcass data, it's got the EID right to the carcass data. It tells us a lot. So there's a lot of good information with what we're doing with this. I guess I just don't see any reason why I have to pay these fees with the brand inspection.
When was the meeting in Brewster?
Brewster was in 2020. It was in the spring. I don't remember if it was March, April.
Actually, I went by there. It was at Uncle Buck's, had a parking lot full of new trucks.
Yeah.
With light bars on them. Okay. All right, so you've asked to justify the fee through this process of asking and going back and forth. You've never really got a straight answer on why the 85 cents is there. The $10 surcharge, that's just for them showing up. Is that kind of what that is? Or I look at the receipt here. It's got a surcharge $10 and then the 85 cents per head fee.
Yeah.
Surcharge is just, that's for showing up to
collect
85 cents.
The way I understand it, there's supposed to be a $60 charge for them coming out, and they're waiving that part of it for me. But if I don't notify them within 48 hours, basically they can charge me another $60 for not notifying them within the time frame.
All right. Thank you.
No? Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional opposition for LB 229. afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Halloran, senators, thank you for the opportunity to have this hearing and this discussion. My name is John Sennett, Johnsennett. I'm a lawyer, so you can pick on me all you want. I won't be offended. I practice law in Broken Bow, Nebraska, and have since 1976. We represent Adams Land and Cattle Company as one of our clients. Most of everything that I'm talking about today is in this handout that's being distributed. But basically, to make the deal clear, there's always been an intimation that somehow Adams Land and Cattle Company had a quote sweetheart deal. If I had 10 cents for every time I've heard that, I wanted to bite my lip. In 2009, the Brand Committee took on a project of seeing if they could come up with a new way of marketing livestock and still be safe with regard to its ownership. In the September meeting of 2009, the Brand Committee basically tentatively adopted a plan whereby if you bought cattle and moved them to the feed yard, to a backgrounding lot, and then took them from a backgrounding lot to a registered feedlot, you did not have to pay a brand inspection fee when they went into the registered feedlot, as long as 4 things happened. Number 1, there was no change in ownership. Number 2, there was satisfactory proof of ownership that accompanied the cattle. Number 3, that there would not be any change in the integrity of those cattle. And those were the parameters that you had to qualify for. The Brand Committee tentatively approved it based upon, conditioned upon the Special Attorney General, who was residing in Ainsworth, or Alliance, to approve the program. He approved the program, and Adams Land and Cattle Company, being aware of the opportunity, entered into an addendum to their RFL agreement that provided that they would do all these things that they had listed, and we would not have to pay that fee. There was another meeting of the Brand Committee, open to the public, notice given as to the agenda that was going to be on the ticket. There were representatives of Farm Bureau and of the Nebraska cattlemen that were in those minutes. Those minutes are part of what we've handed out. At that point in time, they announced that Adams Land and Cattle had entered into the addendum, and the Brand Committee voted to adopt it and to approve it. This was all in public meetings. There was no quote sweetheart deal. The deal then, when ALC exercised its option, then they moved to, they started doing the process. From 2009 on, ALCC abided by the agreement and have proceeded there right through today. That's been the process that they've adopted. Whether other feedlots want to or have had the opportunity to in the program, all they had to do was read the minutes and the vote that was taken by the Brand Committee at that time. In 2016, the Attorney General of Nebraska interpreted 54-11-22 to provide that audits would be used at registered feedlots as opposed to physical inspections. In June 14th, 2018, the Brand Committee sent a letter to Adams Land and Cattle Company saying, we're unilaterally canceling your agreement and your addendum. There was no meeting. There was no committee meeting. There's nothing in the minutes of the Brand Committee to indicate that there was ever any decision made collectively by that Brand Committee to change their mind. At that point in time, faced with what they were facing, which was to change the entirety of the operation that had all been built upon the Brand Committee's initial deal in 2009, Adams Land and Cattle brought suit in Alliance. About 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, the brand committee came to Adams Land and Cattle and says, tell you what, we'll withdraw our letter telling you can't do this anymore if you'll dismiss the lawsuit. Fine. That's what the deal was. We'll dismiss, and we did. We went another 2 years, and we get another letter. It's exactly the same as the first one, saying we're unilaterally terminating the addendum. We sued him again. We went to court. It was tried June 8th, 2022. And the District Court of Box Butte County, Nebraska, ruled that what we were doing was proper and legal. That we, as long as we had integrity, no change of ownership, we kept the cattle together, and they were confined, they weren't intermixed with any other cattle, that we could move them then from wherever we purchased them to a backgrounding lot, to a feedlot, to the feedlot with satisfactory evidence of ownership that could be confirmed by an audit, which they were doing every quarter since 2009. It was a paper audit. They count the cattle and they see what's in the lot. During that entire time, there were never any cattle that were found missing. I'm out of time. I apologize. I'm more than happy to take questions.
You don't have to apologize because you're an attorney and we expect you to go over time.
Give us a microphone and we're good for 3 hours.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Brewer.
All right, John, if we were to go back and look at when you started actually working with the brand committee, how far back did that go?
Me personally?
Yes.
I suppose it would have been 3 years ago, when Senator Stinner introduced a bill to not terminate brands, but to terminate brand inspection. When that bill was submitted would have been when I would have first been involved in this matter.
And from what we can tell, because the issue of brand inspection go back a long ways. There's been, peaks and valleys and
They do in my family too, Senator.
What's that?
My family's in the agricultural business and we've had brands forever.
Right, but of late, we've had more challenges because of how the brand inspection works, staffing, expenditures, number of inspectors that are available versus, how available they are when people need to have cattle inspected. I mean, there's a ton of issues that come with it. And the last 6 years has been fairly busy with trying to figure out what right looks like when it comes to brand inspection. And I guess my concern is that we're trying to sort through this, and I kind of wish there was a representative of the brand committee here, understanding because of the court case that they can't be here, but it just seems like there's a lot of questions that we need to ask that are very specific to them on understanding the bigger picture about why things are where they are. But we'll save those for another day. But thanks for explaining this. It's a lot of information. When you were wrapping up here at the end, I was trying to follow you on your testimony. Is there anything that you didn't explain on this so that we have the full picture there?
He's leaving you open for 20 more minutes.
No, I don't want that, but I also don't want you to not be able to, complete what you're trying to get across.
Senator, the thrust is that the attempt in LB 229 is to take the position that the brand committee took and to leave out the third leg of the way you can move cattle. In other words, the LB 229 is represented to interpret 541122. It doesn't interpret it. It just regurgitates what the committee wanted it to say, and that the previous committee didn't agree with. The previous executive director didn't agree with, the Fox Butte County District Judge didn't agree with, and this is just one more way or one more time to try and cut off that third method, which is safe. There's never been any stray cattle found in Adams Land and Cattle's lots, none, zero. And so it's just simply, we want you to define it this way, not clarifying it. And I have no, it's not between you and I, Rick, but it's just a regurgitation of what the committee has tried to convince everybody to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Senator Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Senate, for coming. So we've heard a lot of testimony and there have been some solutions thrown out there. So would you support only doing voluntary brand inspections, as some have suggested?
I think that's the only, ultimately, if we don't do that, what people are going to have happen to them is that it's such an antiquated system that the system will fall apart. Okay? We move cattle and we trade cattle and we sell cattle and buy cattle entirely different in 2023 than we did in 1941 when they created the Brand Act. I mean, I remember my father with a pickup and a set of stock racks would go to the sale barn and buy 2 or 3 head of cattle. That's how many cattle you moved back in the old days. You didn't move pots full. You didn't move about 6 pots worth of cattle in southern Arizona, Missouri, ship them to Broken Bow. That didn't happen. There was a lot of cattle theft when people would go out and grab 2 or 3 and put them in a pickup. You're not going to grab a potload of cattle, and they're not going to show up at the sale boards. Texas has a plan, and it's more intricate than I'm going to be able to go into, but basically they decided years ago in Texas that almost all stolen cattle go through a sale barn eventually. And it makes sense, 2s, 3s, 4, they're going to go through there eventually. So they put all of their inspectors at the sale barns with the idea if they could stop 97% of the cattle theft, they'd be doing a heck of a job. But, if you buy cattle in the country in Texas, there's no brand inspection. They just load them on the truck, give you the health paper and bill of sale maybe, and ship them wherever you want to ship them. So would I be in favor of it? I think absolutely I would be in favor of it. And I think a lot of people don't realize that if we don't do something like that, the alternative is going to be something a lot worse.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Abel. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Senate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional opposition to LB 229. Seeing none, is there anyone in neutral position on LB 229? Seeing none, Senator Erdman. Close. Before you close, we've had 2 online comments. Opponents, Lee Bork, representing himself, and Kip Lucas. Lucas Adler. I'll just call him Kip, representing himself in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Lapisota's driving all over from Bridgeport. It's a long ways. I don't know how far that is. I appreciate that. One of the things that's kind of interesting is we listen to the testimony. If branding is such a problem for the RFLs, they're building a huge feedlot in western Nebraska. And guess what? It's in the brand area. So if it is such a huge area, such a huge problem, why would you build in that location? Why wouldn't you go in the non-brand area? It seems kind of peculiar to me. So they had an advantage. They have had an advantage of what they testified was $10 a head. That's a significant advantage. And so we listened to all the testimony today about what exactly we need to do. And it boils down to this. They would really like to eliminate brand inspection. That's what they like to do. And so Senator Holleran said it well when he said, are you ever going to start getting along? Are you ever going to start cooperating? That's the question, okay? So sometimes some of these things we do, maybe it's not the answer, but maybe it's what provokes getting to the answer. And until we get to that place that we decide we're going to work together as an industry, a livestock industry, we're never going to solve this problem. And what's going to happen is when people like myself and others who maybe have an understanding of branding, Senator Ibach's here, she understands it, are gone, we will have things happen that are not conducive to the industry as a whole. So it's time to fix that. It's time to fix that. And so we've been talking about this for a long time. Senator Bruin-Holler and I have been here 6 years. We have been discussing branding at least every year we've been here. Would you agree? So it's time to get that fixed. And so whatever we need to do that, we need to start working on it quickly. This is an industry that we can't afford to continue to have discussions about. This is the largest industry in the state, agricultural industry. So we need to fix it. So how do we do that? We got to get on the same page and we got to understand that we're all in this together. And so we might have came in a different ship. We're all in the same boat now. We're in livestock. And so we need to get together to fix that. So it's kind of peculiar to me that they're so concerned about the economic drag on doing one little thing and have an inspection. And the issue boils down to we need each other. And we haven't gotten to that point yet. And so I don't know what it takes to get us to that point. So I looked it up. You know, there's that wonderful thing called the internet. So I looked up how many inspectors the brand committee has. They have 65 inspectors, and they have people in management. They have about 80 staff total. That's what they have today. And so I would ask you to move this forward so that we can have a discussion about what the real answer is. And so I would try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Erdman. Thank you, everyone, for coming on this issue. That concludes the hearing on LB 229. We'll let the room clear out a little bit before we start our next.
I'll get her agenda, send it to you.
Please do. And then we'll be on time.
Congratulations again.
Oops, thank you, sir.
We're talking feedlot.
Dorn. Dorn is 562.
All right, we will move on to LB, hearing for LB 562. Calling for Senator Dorn, calling once, calling twice. Good afternoon, Senator Dorn. Proceed at will.
Proceed away. Good deal. Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran, members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Myron Dorn, M-Y-R-O-N, D-O-R-N, and I represent Legislative District 30. I am pleased to introduce LB 562, the E15 Access Standard Act that will increase consumer options for E15 beginning January 1st, 2024. I strongly support the transition to E15 because of the benefits extended throughout our economy. Less than a month ago, ABF Economics, a national agriculture and biofuels consulting firm, released findings of an economic study regarding the impact of LB 562 and a new E15 standard in Nebraska. The result supports the advancement of LB 562. For instance, in 2022, the average price of E15 sold in Nebraska was 17 cents per gallon lower than E10. Consumers would save nearly $50 million with less expensive E15 prices, which translates to $50 million increase in all their household income. Petroleum retailers will actually net 3% more revenue from the consumption of all ethanol blended fuel cells. Ethanol plants would produce an additional 40 million gallons of ethanol and consume the equivalent of an additional 14 million bushels of corn. The bill requires that beginning January 1st, 2024, Fuel retailers who install, replace, or convert motor fuel storage tanks shall offer E15 from at least 50% of their dispensers. LB 562 requires that on January 1st, 2027, retail motor fuel dealers shall advertise and sell E15 from at least 50% of all qualifying fuel dispensaries. Retailers with only one dispenser at a motor fuel site that sells 300,000 gallons or less annually over a 3-year period are exempt. Additionally, the Department of Agriculture Director has the authority to waive the E15 access standard if the motor fuel storage and dispensing infrastructure are incompatible with E15 gasoline. Well, we understand that the majority of the underground tanks are compatible with E15. Other infrastructure upgrades may be necessary. For this purpose, LB 562 would appropriate $10 million per year in 2024, 25, and 26 into the Renewable Fuel Infrastructure Program administered by the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy. The program would approve grants to retailers for upgrading to compatible infrastructure. According to the ABF economic study, only 112 in Nebraska, approximately 1,127 fueling stations sell E15 today. It further says that the infrastructure costs based on stations that have upgraded to E15 report a median cost of about $10,000 per station. That's where part of that, or quite a bit of that, $10 million a year will be used for. Petroleum retailers will later testify that LB 562 is a mandate and they should not be required to comply. I contend that for too long, the petroleum industry in Nebraska has resisted higher ethanol blends, virtually eliminating customers' options to select and purchase renewable E15. This is a de facto petroleum mandate and Nebraska's consumers are footing the bill. Thank you. I ask you to advance LB 562 to the floor, and I am happy to answer any questions. The handout that we did give out, there are 2 amendments, I believe, on the back page that have since been brought to me that we would also we'll be introducing those. And one of those, the top one there is brought to us by the co-ops of Nebraska, the Co-op Council, so that when they have multiple stations, they're factored into that part of the equation instead of having each one of them separately and stuff. So otherwise, I sure would be happy to answer any questions. I know there's several people here going to testify today on both sides. Now.
All right, thank you, Senator Dorn. Questions from the committee? Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Myron, if we go to the front page, bottom line here, it says LB 560 requires that on January 1st, 2027, retail motor fuels dealers shall advertise. So that is, shall rather than may. So that's it.
They shall do it.
Is that where they're coming up with the mandate part of this, or what part of this causes everybody to go haywire with mandates?
Part of why they are thinking this is a mandate is just that line there a little bit. They're going to need to be able to dispense up to E15 at those stations, at a certain amount of those pump dispensers at those stations. And that's where they think it's a mandate that now they will have to do that. Part of this bill has some exceptions in there that if your older one or your tank doesn't qualify, there's funding and those types of things to help you. That's where you're correct. They're coming up with a mandate. It says they shall have 50% of their pumps available to use E15.
Okay, the separate sheet that you gave us, it's got the state letterhead here. So down below here, you've got the LB 562.
Yep.
Does not require that every pump at every station sell E15, and you got about a half a dozen more there. So all that's going to track correctly. That's what your bill does.
Yes.
Okay, well then there's a lot of rumors going around because I stopped to fill my car up at the co-op and they're all freaking out. So just trying to make sure that we're on the same sheet of music here.
Those 5 things listed down there are the reasons why this bill is not a mandate, because it does not require you that every pump at every station will be E15 compatible. there are options there that are available that still will be able to be used by those retailers.
And we have quite a few pumps now that are E15, don't we?
There's about 100 and, I don't know, there's 100 and some stations out of the, or I don't know, I don't have the right number, but there are a lot of E15 pumps out there. Our local station down at Adams, they have the blender pumps, which you can go up to E85. You can go E10, E15, E30, and E85. So those are available. The Corn Board has been helping different ones that want to put them in, put them in. Part of what there is, it will create a business disruption as you put those in. This bill has some funding in there for when you put those in and there's a business disruption. But many of the E10 facilities today are ready or qualified and they can pump any E15.
And if I'm not excited about E15, I just go over to the one that doesn't have E anything and fill it up with
Yes. And there are people today that don't use any ethanol also, so they have that option generally. Now, sometimes you have to look for a station to find that too or whatever, but yeah. And that's why many people drive diesel pickups too. They want to have that diesel and.
All right, thank you.
Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Senator Dorn, for being here. My question is, and I don't know how about that, but is the ethanol industry still being subsidized by the state?
Nationally, I don't have a good answer for you. There will be people later that will give you that answer. I don't have that answer for you off the top of my head, though. If they are, I know at one time they were. There are people behind me that would have to give you that answer. I can't tell you for sure.
The only piece on that is corn, $7 a bushel, you know, I mean,
well,
there are higher and better uses, they say, in the economic world, and, you know, this seems like a big gift to the ethanol industry.
There are, I do know that in the state of Nebraska right now, you can apply for a 5 cent a gallon refund or not refund, kind of rebate for the use of the ethanol blends or whatever and stuff. So I do know that.
I guess my next and final question would be is, do you anticipate this group, maybe not necessarily the Ag Committee, will be looking for subsidy support for the electronic vehicles?
I think as we go forward, the federal government is subsidizing electronic vehicles today or electric, and I think that will continue. We are not at the same rate subsidizing near the fossil fuels or the gas or the ethanol vehicles as we are with the electric ones. I think right now today you can get $7,500 or you could $7,500 a car for purchasing an electric car in certain situations. That has driven that market where someday we will have more and more electric cars.
And I was hoping you were going to tell me I'd get $7,500 for using E15.
You what?
I was hoping you'd tell me I'd get $7,500 if I'd use E15 for a year.
No, right now you can't, but you know, this is something that for Nebraska, for the corn growers in Nebraska, for the economy in Nebraska, this is a very, very solid, sound, and good, strong bill. As you know, Senator Deb Fisher is trying to do something along these lines right now in the U.S. Senate, and she has been having a bill there. She's been carrying for a better part of a year to 2 years so that E15 can be used around the nation for the full year, not just part of the year or whatever. So Senator Fisher has been working on some of these type of proposals too for our state of Nebraska, for the farmers, for the corn growers, for the ethanol companies, and for the consumers, because they're going to be probably saving roughly $50 million a year. This is a very good bill.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Okay. So last year we passed LB 1261. That was for tax credits, I believe, for ethanol.
Yes, they could apply for. Yeah.
And then we passed this in 2019 with LB 562, which created the program, but it wasn't funded. But me, I'm confused. But we're changing a $1 million grant to a $10 million grant. So we were already doing something similar to this already, or?
Part of that $1 million grant is they've been able to use that to upgrade equipment to get to the E15, not only equipment, but also signage and those types of things. if this bill is passed, now there will be a greater need to help with the funding of that equipment, those dispensers, the signage and all of those things.
Okay.
So that's why it's going from 1 million to 10 million.
But it wasn't mandatory before. This is just something people
It
could
was
apply
not
for.
mandatory. That was something they could apply for.
Do you know how that went? Like, so when we did it work really well? Were people using it? Did they not use it? Because if it worked really well, I would think we'd just keep it or just put more money into it and not make it mandatory.
Well, and I'm sure the people behind you, depends on who you ask. Some of them, it hasn't gone so good. Some of them, it's gone real good. The retailers have not wanted to go to the E15 because we're geared up and set up for the E10.
Okay.
So it takes a retailer, and I know there are some retailers that they put in new stations, they put in the E15, and now some of that funding helped with some of those.
Okay.
So, but with this here bill here, because of the need, I think they estimated 2.4 million for some signage around the state as they're using this, because now they have to also have it up on their signs. They can't just, service stations can't just advertise one price on one pump. They have to, they have to have more or whatever. They have to be more open to what is out there or whatever.
Okay.
And this will require additional signage and stuff like that.
And so somebody can maybe expound on that later. Well, and two things real quick, if that's okay, Chairman?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned in your statement, I contend that for too long, the petroleum industry in Nebraska has resisted higher ethanol blends. Why do you think that is?
Part of that comes from where we are nationally. Also, the petroleum companies in the nation have a very strong, I call it hold on what kind of fuels we use. Ethanol has had a hard time over the years getting more usage, and they limit or have limited the amount of ethanol that will now be used. That's why, because if we had an open and freer market, or not an open and freer market, but if we didn't have, I call it the bigger entities holding down the usage of it, I believe that we would have more sales in the United States, more sales in Nebraska, and we would have a more viable ethanol market.
Okay. And then can you just briefly touch on like you have mentioned a couple amendments that are possible? I think I get the one that you're appropriating $10 million from the general funds, but what's the first one?
Okay, the second one, they want, this bill is asking for 10 million a year.
Yes.
Okay, in the original bill, it looks like it's just for the 10 million each of the 2 years. So what this amendment here will do then, it will put it on out into that third year, which is another budget year, which we can't, in the bill, we can't appropriate for, but then it will be the intent now.
Okay.
This is more the intent language that will be out there, that in this 2-year budget cycle, we can't appropriate that. But the next year of the first year of the budget cycle, we can have the intent in here that the legislature shall appropriate it. And that's what this amendment then puts in there.
And then the other one is that more of an exemption to like for
That is so
retailers to
that
use, so they don't have to do
this was brought by the co-op groups, so that now if they have 5 stations, they don't have to fill out a form for every one of those stations. They can fill that out as a company and list all of those on there and stuff. So it's not for them getting around it. They still have to do all the paperwork, but now instead of filling out the forms every so often and filling out and filing 5 separate ones, now they can group those together and file all 5 on that form.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Yes, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Dorn. So from what Senator Hansen was saying, and I'm, new to trying to get all the information, there was a tax credit given that went into effect last year. Is that the 5 cents off that a retailer can get?
The exact dates and people behind will give you, but yes, there is.
But it just went into, it's new.
It was $1 million. It's fairly new, and they have to apply for that based on their gallons of usage.
Right. Do you feel like that's been enough time to see if that works?
No. Well, excuse me. Do you feel that's been enough time?
I'm just saying, that sounds like a carrot to me.
That sounds like a carrot, but
Let's try to do this. Here's a tax credit that you can get if you make the changes. We have money to help make the change. Have we given that because I'm assuming there was a good reason we passed it last year. Have we given it its due diligence before? And I will argue it's a little bit of a mandate to
Well,
say half your pumps have to.
That was an incentive, and I don't know, you have to ask some of the
Okay,
people
and I will.
behind me how much that was used or how much not or whatever. Part of this bill is really, we have been E10 for a long time. If you remember when the state came to using E10, that was a challenge. We didn't have people just right away have those stations and all of those different amounts.
Right.
But that, it wasn't a mandate then, but it was a kind of, here, this is going to be it.
But we didn't do E10 this way. I've asked that question before. Like, we didn't tell all the retailers, half your pumps have to have E10. Like, it didn't roll out that way. And maybe I'll save this for.
Okay, save that for some other people.
Yep.
I'm
Sounds
not up to date on some of that stuff.
Cool.
My personal feeling, as I farm and as I do this, and the corn usage that we'll have, the ethanol business that we'll have, for the economy of the state of Nebraska and the savings on the fuel price, this is a tremendous bill.
Fair enough.
Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. And I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I did want to follow up. How did you all land on shall advertise and sell E15 from at least 50%? Why is it not 25% or 30, but why is it half of all the qualifying?
Part of what they found out, and back to answer her question a little bit, when that E15's been available and out there, the people have not been using it at the amount or the rate or what was projected to be used. They're still using the E10. They're comfortable with that. That's what they're used to having in their vehicles and such. So they're not going out there and now using it unless they have a couple things in mind. One is the price, and at 17 cents, that's a very good reason why you would use it, but not every station will have that kind of difference in price or whatever. The other thing is it's something new again. As we drive vehicles, as we drive electric cars, Senator Reapy asked about that. Not everybody's going to buy an electric car because they don't feel comfortable with it. So it's taking the time to learn this. All the studies, all the data that we have show that E15 is safe. It's very useful in your vehicles. Any car after, the EPA says any car after 2001 is approved to use E15.
But I guess my question is, why are you mandating 50%? How did you land on 50% of all the qualifying fuel dispensers shall?
Shall, now that's a good question to ask someone
Okay,
behind me,
that's-
brought me the bill. I don't know.
Okay.
We had discussions as we went through this. We've had probably 8 or 10 discussions. I cannot tell you for sure why that though, but there will be people testifying later that hopefully they will answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Any further questions? And just for the record, I like to add a little humor to the show a little bit. When Senator Rabel said she didn't want to continue beating an old horse, she was not referring to you.
Oh, ouch.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Holland, for clarifying. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Senator Dorn.
We'll be around for the closing.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's start with proponents. First proponent. And if you, I'm going to try an option here for testifiers. I know no one will take me up on it, but if you agree after about 5 testifiers, if you agree with everything that's been said, instead of repeating everything that's been said, it's just an option. You can just say your name, spell it, ditto. No, nobody's interested in that. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Halloran, members of the Agricultural Committee, my name is Andrew Johansson, spelled AndrewJohansen. I am here today on behalf of Renewable Fuels Nebraska, Nebraska State Dairy Association, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska Wheat Growers Association, and Nebraska Pork Producers Association to testify in support of LB 562. I'm a lifelong resident of Nebraska and have been involved in feeding and fueling the world my entire life. I am the Chief Risk Officer for E-Energy Adams LLC. Our ethanol plant is located in Adams, Nebraska. We are a FEG and ICM plant that ensures that we are one of the most efficient plants in the world. I have been in my role at E-Energy Adams since January 2007, when the plant was only 20% built. I am part of the senior leadership team that has driven the doubling of our plant over the last 14 years. In 16 years, our 800 or so investors have invested nearly $200 million in our industrial complex. I am responsible for the marketing of our annual production of 100 million gallons of low carbon ethanol, the 450,000 tons of distiller's grain that is fed to cattle, chicken, and hogs, and the 26 million pounds of distiller's corn oil used for renewable diesel production. I'm also responsible for the purchasing of the 37 million bushels of corn used at the plant and all of our natural gas needs. My wife, Debbie, and I are among the 800 owners of E-Energy Adams. We are also part owners of a cow-calf ranch located in Wheeler County, Nebraska. E-Energy Adams is a member of the Renewable Fuels Nebraska, the statewide trade organization for the ethanol industry, and a resource to encourage public policy that encourages the growth and expansion of the renewable fuels industry in our state. We believe the packet distributed to you will be helpful as you consider the passage of this legislation. We support LB 562 as a legislation to give Nebraska consumers greater access to a healthier, environmentally friendly fuel. And E15 will save them money that will be reinvested elsewhere. Additionally, the higher ethanol demand will encourage more ethanol production in our state. More ethanol production means a better corn basis and more livestock looking for a home in Nebraska. The rising tide lifts all boats. At EEA, we have been involved in adding E15 and flex fuel pumps at 2 locations in Nebraska and 1 in Kansas. 1 location has been wildly successful. 1 location has done okay. 1 location was a failure. Let's look at the results of this successful station. Our company is involved in a retail station in Adams, Nebraska with Frontier Cooperative. We have been selling higher level ethanol blends in Adams since December 2017. The growth in E15 sales and higher level blends has been phenomenal. Total fuel sales have increased nearly 70% since 2017, with E15 sales accounting for nearly 50% of that growth. Total ethanol demand at this station has increased over 340% over the last 5 years. And that's despite declining gasoline demand nationwide. Our biggest challenge in Adams, we don't have enough pumps. We have proven over the last 5 years that Nebraska consumers will choose ethanol if they have a choice. LB 562 eliminates artificial barriers to entry to ethanol, and these barriers to entry are very real. There is little to no freedom of choice in the fuel market for anything other than the more current typical E10 gasoline. We have felt this failure. We have been in discussions with at least 8 other retail stations in Lincoln. 6 of those 8 refused to offer higher ethanol blended product, denying consumers access to the choice of lower cost, cleaner burning ethanol. We failed in the other 2 new builds because of artificial barriers to entry created through branding agreements. Ethanol plants contribute to the viability of rural Nebraska. We offer good jobs, create value for corn in the region, and ultimately spark economic development by generating co-products that can be used across a variety of industries. It's impressive that Nebraska's economic activity from soil and seedbed to a new packing plant under construction in North Platte. Without ethanol in the middle of the value chain, our economic value chain would certainly break. That concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time. Please, does anybody have any questions?
Timed that perfectly well. Does the committee have any questions? Senator Hughes.
Just gonna ask everybody this. The ethanol blending tax credit, which went into effect last year, has that been given enough time?
I'm not involved in it.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
I
I'll
cannot
save
answer
it for
that
someone
question.
else. Yep.
Additional questions? I have one. You said 1 location. You shouldn't have put this in.
Pardon?
Maybe you should have, but you said 1 location was a failure.
Yes.
Why?
Because the retailer chose to keep all the extra benefits of higher ethanol blends for himself. Instead of, we sell ethanol today really cheap relative to gasoline for a lot of reasons. So instead of passing that on to the consumer, the retailer put it in his pocket
So
and
it's a
didn't
price.
sell anything.
So it was a price issue?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Additional questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Additional proponents, LB 562. We're going to get our first ditto here. No? Okay.
Almost. Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Ag Committee. My name is Andrew Dunkley, ANDREW, DUNKLEY. You are probably tired of seeing me today. It's not the last time you're going to see me today. I'm in support of this bill, and so is Nebraska Farm Bureau. I will keep it very short. We are supportive, our members are supportive of this bill because 40% of Nebraska's corn goes to ethanol. That is huge. It's a huge part of our industry. We need to support that industry and do what we can to make sure that it continues to prosper. So we support that. Senator Hughes, as far as my perspective on if we've given the tax credits enough time. We supported the tax credits last year. I don't think it's a matter of how we given those tax credits enough time to work or not. I believe that this is they're essentially two different options of we gave folks an option to have a tax credit, but this is a way to support the industry. It's a way to support the industry with that the best corn in the state is because you're my senator in our district. So
Hey, Luby Farm sells grain to the ethanol.
Exactly.
For the record, so.
There you go. With that, I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee, Senator Hansen?
Thanks for bringing that up. Do we have any data of if those tax credits work?
I haven't seen any.
So we don't know for sure yet.
I haven't
I was
seen
just curious. I
any.
don't know if anybody had any information. I asked that to preface it. Maybe somebody behind you could potentially answer that too. So I was kind of curious. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Senator Hansen. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you.
All right. Next proponent.
Okay, well, there's many things we can agree on. It's my first time testifying. I can't just say ditto and give up the spotlight.
You can.
You could.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Michael Dibbern, spelled MichaelDibbern, and I'm a sixth-generation farmer in the Wood River Caro area of Hall County. And I'm here today testifying in support of Legislative Bill 562 as the Vice President of the Nebraska Corn Growers Association. We appreciate Senator Dorn in introducing LB 562 and would ask for your support. LB 562 would expand options of E15 across Nebraska for consumers, along with supporting a grant program for retailers should they need to update infrastructure. The Nebraska Corn Growers Association has had a long history in support of Nebraska's ethanol industry. Many of our early leadership took part in developing and lobbying for incentives that assisted in the build-out of Nebraska's ethanol industry that now number 24 operating plants that consumes over 600 million bushels of Nebraska corn. This demand has allowed many young farmers like myself to return to the operation full-time. For reference, according to a University of Nebraska Lincoln study, basis improved an average of 21 cents per bushel, leading to margins that allowed another generation of producers to return to the farm. As a proponent, LB 562 continues our support of the ethanol industry in developing markets for higher level ethanol blends. E15, or a blend of 15% ethanol, was approved by EPA in 2011 for what is estimated to be 90% of the light-duty vehicles on the road today. LB 562 appropriates funding for retailers to expand offerings of higher level blends such as E15. The grant program was approved by the Legislature in 2019 to be directed by the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy One of the goals of the grant program in 2019 and of LB 562 today is consumer options. Today in my area, E15 is limited in retailers offering it, but the economics to consumers speak for themselves. When I do find E15, it is currently 10 to 15 cents cheaper per gallon than E10. For economic reasons to Nebraska consumers through higher ethanol blend options and the continual support of Nebraska's ethanol industry, the Nebraska Corn Growers Association supports LB 562 and would ask for your support also. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Diebman. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
First timer did good. Next proponent, LB 562. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Well, thank you. Start at will.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and the members of the Agricultural Committee. I'm Gary Brandt, G-A-R-Y-B-R-A-N-D-T, and I serve as CEO of Cooperative Producers, Inc., CPI, a full-service grain, agronomy, and energy farmer-owned cooperative in central Nebraska. Based in Hastings, Nebraska, CPI has over 2,800 voting members and approximately 10,000 equity holders serving 20 counties in Nebraska and northern Kansas. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 562. CPI is in a unique position to see both the beginning and the end of ethanol production in Nebraska. As a grain dealer and warehouse in Nebraska, CPI supplies approximately 18 to 25 million bushels of corn to ethanol plants in Nebraska throughout the year. Other bushels leave our state on rail or truck, arriving at ethanol plants in other states. These bushels represent 25% of the total received by CPI. These end users are traditionally the most generous bidders for corn during and after harvest. CPI uses our storage to buy and hold corn so that we can ration it to ethanol plants throughout the year and provide a destination for our farmer owners that represents a higher selling price. As a retailer of fuels, CPI sells 24 million gallons of gasoline and diesel fuels to the residents and farmers of Nebraska. Beginning in 2016, CPI had its first blender pump selling E15 as a flex fuel for vehicles. Now that E15 has been approved as a standard fuel, CPI has expanded its E15 offerings to stations throughout our territory. Currently, 44% of our gasoline dispensers can deliver E15 to our customers. We have plans to increase that offering to 72% of our gasoline dispensers. The remaining 28% of our dispensers will require an investment in infrastructure to meet the fire marshal's requirement for approval. The addition of a grant process in LB 562 will help CPI defray the cost estimated to be $500,000 or more at each location. CPI's customers have embraced E15 at our stations. Currently, E15 is the second largest fuel blend we sell at our stations, trailing only E10. Fully 88% of gasoline sold through our dispensers contains ethanol. Of the 88%, 52% is E10 and 30% is E15. We anticipate the volume of E15 we sell to meet and then exceed the volume of E10 as soon as we roll out the product to our remaining stations. The consumers in rural Nebraska understand the economic benefit that E15 provides, both at the pump with lower prices per gallon and on Main Street as the community CPI serves and they live in benefit from higher corn demand that leads to higher farm income. LB 562 provides a path to the citizens of Nebraska with the fuel that best supports both their personal economics and the economics of their farms and communities. Cooperative Producers, Inc. and its board of farmer owner directors supports LB 562, and we would appreciate the committee's support also. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brandt. Any questions from the committee? Senator Holbrook.
Thank you, Chairman. So if I followed you correctly here, you've had E10 and E15 in the same stations.
Yes, sir.
And we heard earlier E15 is cheaper than E10. Is that correct?
It depends on the economics, but yes, normally it is. Right now, it's approximately 10 cents a gallon cheaper.
So why would someone want E10 over E15?
I would argue that for the majority of our consumers at the stations where we offer both, they buy E15, they don't buy E10. So the consumer wants E15.
Okay, I didn't follow that in your testimony. It sounded to me like E10 outsold E15 at the same stations, but that's not what
No,
you're saying.
I was talking in aggregate of all of our stations. E10 currently outsells E15 because a few of our bigger stations require infrastructure upgrades. And a few of our other stations, we haven't made the change yet. We fully believe that when E15 is offered alongside E10 at our facilities, E15 will outsell E10.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Rabel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brandt, for being here today. I'm really curious about the infrastructure costs. And could you tell us a little bit about when you converted from E10 to E15? Were you able to use the same tanks, or did you have to flush out those tanks that had been selling E10? Could you easily convert it then and put E15 in those tanks?
Yes, for us, in the stations that had steel tanks or very modern fiberglass tanks, it was simply a function of using up the E10, dumping in the E15, making sure that the piping and the dispensers were UL listed for E15, changing the labels and selling the product. We do have two of our bigger locations that have fiberglass tanks that are old enough that we are not allowed to put E15 in them. So we have to excavate those tanks and put in newer tanks so we can put in the higher ethanol.
So, as a retailer, I can say that I think most of our tanks are double-walled fiberglass tanks. And I know at one point in time, we had E85 and it had to have a special tank. So would retailers like us get an exemption for not putting in or converting to an E15?
I would not speak for the fire marshal. However, we have in-ground double-wall fiberglass tanks that were new in the late 80s, and we have been denied the ability to put E15 in those tanks because they tell us they are not compatible and eventually could leak. So our goal would be to use the grant monies that are in LB 562 or the tax credits that have been mentioned to help us defray that cost so we could offer that to our consumers in all of our rural communities, not just a few rural communities.
So I'm curious, why do you think that the mandate is for 50%? Half of the dispensers have to offer E15.
But so the petroleum industry has been around a very, very long time, and I can only speak for ourselves. Certainly would never try to speak for anyone else. However, and I was not part of crafting the bill, but consumers get in habits and they like to buy what they like to buy. And traditionally, a lot of fuel retailers are convinced that they need to have a premium, a regular, an E10, and now they're putting in an E15, or perhaps they want to add a diesel. By only doing 50% of the dispensers, perhaps their argument is I can continue to offer the full slate of products, but just at certain dispensers instead of at all dispensers. That would be my guess to that answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rabel. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next proponent, LB 562. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Taylor Nelson, spelled TaylorNelson, and I'm here today to testify in support of LB 562 as a farmer, Nebraska Ethanol Board member, and former fuel retailer. I want to first give you a little background on who I am and how this background gives me a unique perspective on LB 562. I currently farm with my father near Jackson, Nebraska, transitioning in as a fifth generation to raise corn and soybeans on our land in Dakota, Dixon, and Thurston counties. We rely on the strength of the ethanol industry as all the corn we raise goes to Siouxland Ethanol in Jackson, Nebraska. Siouxland has about 680 members, including myself. Most are from our area. The economic impact of having a local ethanol plant has been tremendous for our operation, the operation of other farmers, livestock producers, and investors in our area. During our fuel retail and C-store days from 2012 to 2020, I enjoyed being able to complete the value chain loop for our ethanol. I dumped a load of my own corn at Siouxland Ethanol and followed the ethanol truck back to our station, and minutes later it was in a customer's tank. And we took pride in providing our customers with the highest quality and lowest cost fuels on the market. As we transitioned to E15 in 2018, we realized that in addition to increasing the value to our customers, it was creating a lift in inside sales, fuel margins, and overall success of the business. Making the switch was simpler for me because my fuel was unbranded and I did not have a large petroleum brand dictating what I could offer my customers under my canopy. I offered E15 at a 5 to 15 cent discount to E10, which still allowed for higher margins on the E15. This caused my E15 and total gallons to grow substantially, and my customers noted no reduction in mileage. The recently completed impact study by ABF Economics concluded that this amounts to $50 million in annual statewide fuel savings and nearly $100 million in additional income for Nebraskans. My experience in the C-store business has taught me that when customers save money at the pump, the first place they like to go and spend it is inside the store. This is a competitive advantage and not a burden. There's a reason that many large C-store chains have started to make this transition on their own. When I made the transition to E15, I had to change the overlays and it costed me $100 per dispenser. This transition would lead to 41 million gallons of new ethanol demand and 14.5 million bushels of corn demand. But to me, more importantly, it sends the right message that as a state, we're going to support our own industries. I'm embarrassed to learn in a recent DTN article that Nebraska ranks 45th nationally in ethanol blend rate while being the second largest ethanol producer. What message does that send? Additionally, we only have a third to half as many stations offering E15 as other top ethanol producing states. Nebraska is a leader in the U.S. beef production. Consumers can walk up to a meat counter and buy any grade of any cut in any quantity that they desire. Not offering that would be bad for the consumer, the retailer, and the beef industry. We do not have rules for 90-10 hamburger only or no 85-15 hamburger June 1st to September 15th. If there's anything restricting Nebraska consumer access to Nebraska beef at the retail level, I'd like to think that our state's leadership would work to address that. In closing, I'm asking that we lock arms with Iowa and hopefully other states in the future to support our state's industries, consumer choice, and access to E15 at the pump through LB 562, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Questions from the committee? Senator Rabel.
Mr. Nelson, thank you. It's great to hear that you were able to add that to some of your fuel stations. Could you tell me a little bit more about some of the infrastructure costs? Are these new C-stores that were built or new stations that were built that you installed the appropriate tanks that would be compatible, or did you do conversions?
My tanks were installed new in 2012, so they weren't very old when I made the conversion. And my dispensers were ethanol blenders, so it just required me to reprogram the blending configuration so that the blend ratio was correct for ethanol and fuel, and I was good to go. I changed my overlays and advertised the sign on the price to correspond.
So they were already compatible with all ethanol blend types, is that correct?
In my particular case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Additional proponents to LB 562. Good afternoon.
Hello, Senator Halloran and the Ag Committee members. My name is Danielle Shealy, spelled DANIELLE, SCHEELE. I have devoted my 20-year career to agriculture. I believe God has led me here today to tell my story. I'm a mom of 4, a business owner, and I volunteer as an EMT, firefighter, and softball coach. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 562, I hope my story helps you understand what this would mean to my family and many others in our state. As a mom of 4, we are constantly on the go. Like many families, we are involved in sports, FFA, equine, and of course, church. Additionally, I own an agronomy business and I put on even more miles consulting farmers who are my customers. None of that is different from many Nebraska families. Our state is full of great people. The realization of how great people come together in a time of need was never more true than on September 23rd, 2022. Our family's lives were changed forever. Since that day, when our daughter was involved in a horrific head-on collision on her way to morning softball practice, we have driven thousands of miles to be by her side, to take her to therapy and trips back to see her doctors. The Lord was with her. He restored her soul. He led her in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though she walked through the valley of the shadow of death, she feared no evil, for he was with her. His rod and his staff, they comfort us. By the grace of God, our daughter is making a miraculous recovery. To God be the glory. Since that day, I estimate we have driven over 8,000 miles back and forth to UNMC and Madonna, where myself and my husband took turns staying with our daughter and having 3 other children to take care of at home. I live northeast of York, Nebraska, just into Butler County, just a few miles away from the 4 corners counties of Butler, Polk, Seward, and York. And there's no option of E15 that I have come across at any of the stations in our area. The volume of extra miles that our family have driven outside of our everyday miles in the past 4 months has driven my thoughts toward E15 and the fact that right now with our medical bills, every penny counts. Along with those extra miles, we send 4 vehicles out of our driveway every morning, driving over 200 miles per day. We live 13 miles away from our school. We love to support our local rural businesses and restaurants, and saving at the pump would allow us to engage in family nights out, supporting rural Nebraska by putting that savings back into our local economy. It would help in paying for school lunches, as having 4 kids is over $12 per day to feed them just 1 meal a day at school. These are just a few examples that most Nebraskans would be aware of. The York ethanol plant being shut down has made it somewhat challenging for the farmers in the area, as I know they are supportive of this end destination for their grain, both because it is located in the middle of many high-producing corn acres, and the output for ethanol is also important to them as farmers. We know that having an ethanol plant in proximity means an additional 24 cents of margin per bushel of corn. It was up to 80 cents this last fall. And in turn, this extra income goes back into our local communities. Our rural communities and farmers are very good at supporting the local economy. Having the ethanol plant open is equally important to livestock producers who utilize distillers' grains. With that plant down, cattle feeders must spend more on freight to get feed from plants further away. I just want to add that I think it's unfortunate that we are having to ask for this bill because retailers should want to support Nebraska. The end result for our own corn that we grow, after all, aren't we the corn huskers that produce ethanol? I ask that you support Nebraska's farmers and ranchers, communities, rural America, and families like mine by voting yes on this bill. Thank you for listening to my story. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. I think I speak for the whole committee. We hope your daughter's health continues to improve.
Thank you.
Is there questions from the committee? Senator Hughes?
Thanks for coming in. I think you might be then in my district. Is that, where do you live exactly?
I
Struck
am
it?
just a little between Gresham and Surprise.
Yes, you are. Okay, question. So I agree, around that area. I put a lot of miles on my car campaigning this summer as well. Have you had a conversation with any retail owner and expressed, hey, you have E10, I would love to see E15 at all, and gotten any feedback from that?
So I haven't recently been
I just
little
wondered,
preoccupied.
Right. No, I'm
but-
not thinking you should have. I just am curious if these retailers aren't hearing that their consumers want it, you know, because
Right.
that makes a change, right?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, that's fine.
I used to work for a company that did make a lot of those changes before I started my own business. So, and my mom used to manage a quick shop that does not offer it. And, you know, we had conversations about that, and she had told me that she thought they were supposed to be getting new pumps. That hasn't happened yet, so I'm not really sure where that's at.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep,
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any additional questions? Thanks for your testimony.
thank you.
Next testifier, proponent, LB 562. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Ag Committee, good afternoon. For the record, my name is John Hansen, John Hansen, Hansen. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. I ran across an article this summer describing Nebraska Farmers Union's efforts to promote gasohol. At the time, it was a rural publication. It was in the 1940s. And so as you go through some of our Farmers Union files, we had a concentrated effort in the late 1960s to go across the state and raise the visibility of the benefits of gasohol at the time in order to help build the support for the introduction of the language to create the Nebraska Ethanol Board, which at that time was called the Nebraska Gasohol Committee. It also had a longer name that had something to do with utilization. So as we have looked at this industry, this is an incredible opportunity for our state to do value-added agriculture, which all of us in ag community supports, except sometimes we don't always quite get all the logistics right. But this is self-help. This is value-added. And so when we take away the barriers to development, industry finds a way forward. So Nebraska has done an excellent job of growing the industry. We're the number 2 ethanol producing state in the nation. And yet one of the, if you have to stand back and look at how we're doing as a state, our history relative to utilization per capita is not as good as our neighbors. In 2008, we made a major push to try to take those dollars that rolled in from Washington for infrastructure and some of those things to invest in blender pumps in Nebraska. Well, if you drive across South Dakota, you don't have to get out your gadget and spend a lot of time trying to figure out some sort of a path where you can land at an E30 or E50 filling station, because pretty much about anywhere you pull in, there's going to be a blender pump somewhere in the array that you get to pick from. And so as you look at the numbers that we have, and it's in my testimony, but obviously our neighboring states have a lot more retail opportunities than we do. I struggle to find E30 or E85 pumps. I also just took a trip and I struggled to find E15 pumps. That's silly. That's opportunity lost. This bill helps provide I think, appropriate kinds of incentives. There is no mechanical reason why you wouldn't put in E15. There certainly is a financial reason why you would put in E15, because it's going to cost you less money. It's going to improve air quality. It's going to improve the farm economy. It's going to do good things. And so to not move forward aggressively with E15, in our view, is an opportunity lost. And so if you look at the history of our utilization, we just have time after time not taken that one extra step in order to help move utilization. Consumers can't be blamed if you can't find a pump that offers the product. And so I think that we thank Senator Dorn for bringing this bill. We thank all the folks who have worked so hard on it. We think that the time is ripe. And we have spent at the national level, our organization, a lot of time and a lot of money trying to harvest the low-hanging fruit in the biofuels and renewable fuel arena, and that is E15. And so we've taken away a lot of those barriers. And so now at the state level, we need to take advantage of the opportunity that we have before us to move forward in a more positive direction. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions from the committee? Senator Abel. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson, for coming to testify. I guess when I look at the bill, and I struggle with the requirement of 50%, so half of the dispensers have to offer E15. Do you think that there would be a better way to structure it with the incentive package for those that want to offer half of the dispensers versus those that may only want to offer 25% and have a graduated program of incentivizing it so that retailers are willing to make that investment? Because it's probably a little bit more than 150,000. The gentleman before mentioned that it would be about 500,000 for each one of the stations that needed a lot more infrastructure improvements to be able to modify it. And just for the audience information, to even install a fuel center that has 8 dispensers costs anywhere from, on the low end, 550,000 to probably about 750,000 to 800,000. So, you know, if it takes 500,000 to convert one gas station, that's going to eat up that $10 million pretty quickly for only a few stations. So if we want to encourage this type of thing, would you be open to considering different parameters, how to incentivize people to really take advantage of E15?
I'd be open to the conversation. You know, as I think a lot of folks are, this is, you know, historically, Senator, we have really struggled with utilization because the folks who sell our clean burning, environmentally friendly, octane enhanced product have a competing product that they would rather sell and make more money on. And they've also taken an awful lot of the cheaper product that they buy from us, and they unfortunately stick a disproportionate amount of that money in their pocket. And so the benefits of that product didn't go to the consumer. So we've always been in this kind of, you know, sort of a conflicted relationship with the folks who sell our product. And so I'm open to suggestion of what it is we could do to get them to want to do what it is we want them to do, which is the whole knack of horse training, if you've ever worked with them. And I'll be glad to let them think it's their idea, if that helps.
Sure, thank you.
But we do need to find a way forward.
Thank you, Senator Abel. Senator Holcroft.
Thank you, Chairman Howard, and thank you, Mr. Hanson, for coming today. I haven't received a lot of emails on 562, but the few that I have received were in opposition primarily because of the damage that had been done to their vehicles because of ethanol blended vehicles, complete with pictures. I mean, complete with pictures. And we heard a couple numbers here. The EPA has approved ethanol for vehicles that are 2001 and younger. And that I also heard 90% of the vehicles on the road today could take E15. How do you feel? Do you feel confident that any vehicle on the road today that uses E10 will be able to use E15?
Based on the data that I've seen, that is the case. So if you're burning E10, you should be able to burn E15.
Okay, thank you.
And I call it the dead cat drag. But every time we bring an ethanol bill of any kind, we find a lot of the same old stories that we identified with the dead cat that we thought was dead. It was buried, but it comes and it gets drugged. That old, unsubstantiated, less than accurate information gets brought out every single time we bring an ethanol bill. And so it's just, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that is, but and that's why those folks should have the option to pay more money. But the vast majority, when you look at the data, when you look at all of the studies, all of the information, you have to go with the facts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Additional questions? Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Raise the hand high. Very good.
I feel like I'm back in school. Oh, thanks for coming in, John. So you had on your sheet and what you testified at as Nebraska has 122 retail operations offering E15, which was close to what Senator Dorn said out of 1127, which I did the math, about 10-ish% of the retail locations in Nebraska offer E15. And then you list how many in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Now we don't know. So I'm curious, is in Wisconsin Minnesota was 388. Is that 10% of Minnesota locations? Because I was like, well, I'm going to compare it with population. Population Nebraska is about 2 million. Minnesota is about 5.7 million. And if you do it that way, our 122 locations is about the same in relation to the number of people we have as 388 is to the number of people in Minnesota. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like the same ratio. So I'm wondering, and I know Minnesota sells more E15. I know Wisconsin sells more. So it's in the same amount, percentage-wise, same amount of stations, but people are just buying more? Or do you know what I'm saying? I don't know that these numbers promote. I don't know if it's apples to apples, I guess, with Nebraska.
Right, and I don't know what those population numbers are. I didn't pull those.
Well, yeah, not populate, I guess.
And to be able to get a
retail
relative comparison
Right.
of the total number of pumps and all of those things.
I mean, I would be curious about that to see if it works, because just to say there's more pumps in Minnesota, well, there probably should be. There's a lot more people that live there, but. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, thank
You
you,
bet.
Senator Hughes. Senator Rabin.
I have one more question to follow up on what Senator Holdcroft said about some emails that he's getting. I just got a text message from a constituent. He has a 2012 Prius and it says E15 voids my warranty, and he sent me a picture and it has E15 to E85 and it has a no sign on the gas cap on it. So, I mean, there are some legitimate concerns of certain vehicle types, and you're right. If people want to pay more for an alternative fuel, then they have every right to. I would like to see, different crafting of the bill so that there's better incentives to really encourage people to embrace this, retailers to embrace it. Just like with E85, I know that we did an E85 tank, but they gave a pretty generous offer to get this new tank installed. It didn't cover the cost of the tank, but it was really like, hey, we're willing, to take this chance for all those new locations that you're thinking of installing. So, but they didn't make it a mandate. They made it a more incentive for retailers to really consider for when they were building new stations, or in some cases upgrading the stations. That was, I guess it wasn't a question, sorry. It was wanted to share with you about one dead cat that came in, so.
It's frustrating for those of us who have been in this for a long time, and that it's just that there's been an enormous amount of misinformation that's been out there for a long time, and it continues to resurface. And some folks, I'm sure, believe that these things are true. But when you look at the data, when you look at the information, it's you have to go with what the research says, what the facts say. And so if you have a car that's sensitive, then don't do it. But when we look at the bigger picture, if we're going to reduce carbon emissions and we're going to be responsible environmental citizens, this is a very effective way to do it. And in fact, I would argue that President Biden can't get to where he wants to go on those kinds of emission reductions unless he has a more robust effort. And I think that's also why EPA in his administration has been more favorable to biofuels than most have, because they realize that there is a very substantial, not just economic benefit, but an environmental benefit to be able to reduce carbon emissions. And biofuels is a good homegrown, economically beneficial way to help ourselves in multiple ways.
Thank you, Senator Abel. Any additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Jan Tenbensel, spelled Jantenbensel. and I will be brief today because I've marked up my notes because everybody's already mentioned everything. I'm here today as a farmer, a very minor, small ethanol plant investor, and chairman of the Nebraska Ethanol Board to testify in support of LB 562, the 15 Access Standard Act. 18 years ago this summer, I testified at Fort Kearney in favor of an E10 bill. And I was so nervous. I've been up all night working on the report. I made an elaborate report for the committee. I was sick to my stomach, and I was so nervous I couldn't remember the word refinery. But thank goodness to a friendly committee, they reminded me what the place where oil comes from. Anyway, thanks for the humor there. We've come so far since then. You know, now 98% of fuel sold in the United States has 10% ethanol in it. But at the time, the proponents came out of the woodwork and said, oh my God, what are you people even thinking about doing? All of the horror stories did not come to fruition. And the same, I hate to use the word dead cat drag, but it happens. It's the same stuff over and over again for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years as we've been, as the ethanol board's been involved in ethanol. It's the same story over and over again. It does not come to fruition. You know, the state of Nebraska is testing E30 in vehicles with no problem. I run E30 in vehicles for 11 years with zero problems. The important thing to notice is that the opponents have all been proven wrong over and over again. And Nebraska is the #2 producer of ethanol in the United States. And we have to lead by example, and we have to have proof of concept. An Iowa retailer talked to me yesterday, and he was from a really small town in Iowa. And he had saved his community $250,000 last year by having higher ethanol blends available in their community. That's a lot of money for a little tiny town. And that $50 million number for Nebraska in savings that we could have had last year if we would have transferred to E15, those are a lot of dollars for a lot of families that were in really tight spots around here. And, you know, that can, you know, talk about sales tax and property tax relief. $50 million goes a long way. Now for I've X'd out everything that's been already said. I want to address Senator Hughes, your question about is the incentive been given enough time? I believe the incentive and this work together. In Iowa, there is a incentive and an access bill. And as you'll notice, this access bill was kind of molded off of Iowa. Some of the bigger problems of this bill were removed, was pared down for Nebraska. It's nice to have a state next to you leading by example, which Nebraska should be. But we need to be with Iowa because we're both ag states and we both produce ethanol and not petroleum products, of course. Senator Raybould, the 50% question, and trying not to slander any businesses here, of course. There have been retailers in Nebraska that have put an E10 or an E15 price up on their board. And then when you pull in to their dozen pumps and you drive around, you can never find that pump that has that price on it. The old bait and switch routine. And there's a lot of discussion over here the last several years about that particular retailer. And I myself got caught in that several times at some of the Western locations. And I just pull up and you assume that the price on the marquee is going to be the price you pay. And that's the reason for the 50% number from what I've been told. Now, can that be adjusted? I guess that's, an interesting factor. But the important thing is that we don't have any bait and switch. We want to make sure that consumers know what they're getting and consumers can have the ability to save money here in Nebraska at their retailers. So if there's more than $100,000 in expenses, you are exempted from this bill. Now, also, if you're less than 300,000 gallons of sales, as far as asking for E15, I ask for E15 all the time. I'm always encouraging retailers to add more ethanol, of course. I'm a farmer, keep some business. It's amazing that, I can't, my branding, I want to, but my branding agreement slows me down. I'm really getting pressure from my retail, my wholesalers. There's petroleum is so embedded into our society, and Nebraska having a 2-fuel system kind of became in a rut. And that's because we were first to the table on providing ethanol. Whereas Texas, when they switched in the late the mid 2000s, they switched everything. And then we just already had ethanol here. So I know my time is up and,
Okay, any questions? Thanks for your.
150 miles an hour, sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Any questions from the committee? And the Wheel of Fortune word to remember is?
Refinery.
Refinery. I about cried when that happened. It was terrible.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hallerman. Thank you, committee.
All right, additional proponents of LD 562. Okay, we ran the crew through. Opposition to LD 562. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and the rest of the committee. My name is DeLone Wilson, D-E-L, actually capital L-O-N-E-W-I-L-S-O-N. I'm here in opposition to LB 562. I'm representing the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association and my organization, Cubby's Convenience Stores. We operate 24 retail sites in the state of Nebraska. 23 of those sell fuel. Currently today, none of those sites sell E15. I have 5 sites that sell E85, and I have 4 sites that sell higher blends of E20 and E30. Let me start off by saying I understand where we live. I understand the importance of agriculture to the state, that anything that can increase the demand for corn and the demand for ethanol is good for Nebraska. But I don't believe, I'm going to say it, a mandate is a way to do it. We have stores in Iowa and South Dakota. We're about to install, we just put our first site with E15 there last week. We're about to do another one with E15. I have a store that I have in the planning stages right now that we're going to build in Nebraska, and we're going to offer E15 there as we build it. But as many of the proponents have said, the infrastructure costs can be very egregious. They can be very high. And for us to upgrade our sites to E15, all the sites in Nebraska, would probably cost somewhere between $10 and $15 million. And if E15 is a fuel that customers are demanding, then we're happy to make that investment and move forward. I don't believe they are. If you go to any of my stores, there's a sign in the restroom with my name and phone number on it. And it says, if you don't like the way the restrooms are maintained, or if you'd like to see something different in our stores, you can call me at any time. I get a lot of phone calls asking for a lot of things. Never been asked for E15.
We don't want to know.
So I'm going to go back to some of the other things our proponents said, because they brought up misinformation a lot. And I'm going to talk about some misinformation. I know Senator Dorn mentioned a difference of savings to consumers of 17 cents a gallon. So me and my team spend about roughly an hour and a half to 2 hours a day pricing fuel, looking at, we subscribe to different services and we see what our competitors are charging for all different blends of fuel. I've never seen a 17-cent difference between E15 and E10. Today, at the retail level, it's about 5 cents. I've seen it as high as 10 cents on occasion, but typically it's about 5 cents. The other thing I'd like to refute is I believe this is a mandate, because it says I shall offer E15 at 50% of my dispensers. If you know how the stations are piped, it doesn't make sense to put a tank in and run pipes to 50% of our dispensers. I would offer it at every dispenser if I went back to retrofit a store to add E15. The one thing I will agree with the proponents that have testified so far is this is an extremely effective way to sell E15 in the state, because you would make us. We would have to abide by the law. And so it is effective, but I don't believe it's the right way to do it. So the folks that got up here, and I respect them. I admire them, the folks that grow and produce agriculture in the state. But how would they feel if the legislature came back to them and said 60% of your crop has to be soybeans every year, or 50%, or whatever the number that was chosen? So for those reasons, I oppose the bill.
Okay.
And so I would be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions from the committee? Senator Hughes?
You know me. Thank you.
Pardon me?
I said, you know me. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you have any, so I'm just trying to remember, do you have any pumps that sell E15 or you just put those in?
I have one dealer that offers E15 today, and I don't own that station. We just sell them fuel. And I have another station in the state of Iowa that I plan to add E15 because I'm fully compatible there.
And at the one that you have E15, do you also sell E10?
Yes,
And which sells more,
E10.
even though it's 5 cents more?
Yes.
And why is that?
Habit, and I think that's what people prefer.
And do people get less gas mileage with E15 than E10 or? is that
You'd have to
debatable?
ask somebody else. I'm not an expert
Okay,
on that. So,
curious. Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Senator Abel?
Mr. Wilson, thank you for coming in. When you're thinking or in the process of getting the E15 station installed in Iowa?
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct? Do they offer an incentive to you?
They offer incentives for ethanol and biodiesel in those states, and they have for years. And I think that's why Iowa has a lot bigger adoption. So
Okay, and
now they, I'm going to use the word again, but now they have a mandate. So
so Iowa has a mandate?
yes, mhm,
Oh, they do, okay.
mhm.
And
That just was passed last year. This is, basically very similar bill to what Iowa did last year.
so are you required to have, you said it doesn't make sense to just have it go to half the dispensers. If you're putting it in new, you want it to be available on all of them. Does Iowa require you to put it in at a?
No, they're 50% as well. So
They're 50% as well. Okay, well, thank you.
I think they thought that was saving retailers some money. So, but it doesn't make sense to do it that way.
So was it your understanding that it's only for new stations or for that mandate from Iowa?
No,
applies?
it's for existing stations as well.
Okay.
And we have to comply by 2026. So,
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Ibach?
Thank you for coming in.
yes, ma'am.
So tell me again how much it was to retrofit or to upgrade your infrastructure?
It depends on the site. It depends on how the distance between the tanks and the dispensers, how many dispensers you have, what type of tanks you have. But it's going to cost somewhere between probably $200 to $1.2 million per site.
So knowing that number, would you qualify for the $100,000 exemption as a package?
Yes.
Okay. And you would take advantage of that, I assume?
For a while, but is if E15 gets adopted more by the consumer, I'm not going to have a choice. I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But, you have to look at it from a retailer or to ask you to look at it from a retailer standpoint now is, we've got oil, we've got renewable fuels. Is everybody going to be driving Priuses or Teslas in the next few years? So do I put in chargers? How much are chargers? What do I do?
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I would recommend not putting chargers in, but that's just my personal
Mhm.
opinion. So you're a very brave man putting your name and phone number in the restrooms.
Yes, sir.
And maybe this is not feasible, not practical, not doable, and maybe some of the proponents wouldn't like me asking this question, but maybe instead of E10, maybe instead of offering E10, offer E15. And And there may be some upgrades to the equipment to do that. I understand
As
that.
long as the fire marshal approves, yes.
Right. That would be a potential option for you.
And one day that's might be where we are, so.
Well, tomorrow's a good day.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to that. I don't want to give you the wrong impression about myself, but if it's legal, I'm going to sell it. I don't care if it's oil. I don't care if it's corn. I don't care if it's soybeans. If I can make money on it, I'm going to make money on it.
I appreciate that. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I have one more question. I know this is going long, but I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it. So someone in my district has a gas station, or several. They have 4 tanks under their station. They do diesel, E10, or E10, clear 87 or whatever, and then premium.
Yes, ma'am.
And so their issue with it is, if this is, you have to do half your pumps, you do all of them, like you said, and basically they would just make one of their tanks E15, but they didn't feel, I was like, well, just replace E10 with E15. Did not feel comfortable with that yet, because clearly there must be some stigma out there that we don't think E15 is better because people are still buying E10. So they would have to take something else away, whether that be premium
Well, I mean,
or whatever.
I think the federal government tells us any car manufactured before 2001 is not E15 compatible. Whether that's misinformation or not, I don't know. So.
Right. So it's on, well, I don't know. I'm just trying, I was like, why don't we just replace all of E10 with E15 and just be done with it? But the consumers want E10. So
Today they do.
Yes.
Today they do.
Right.
And there's significant infrastructure investment to be able to.
Just even from E10, in this case, they could have done it, but they have a little bit of a newer station. So, okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry.
Any
I'm
additional
super getting
questions?
into this bill. I don't know why, but good Lord. Okay.
Any additional questions from the committee?
I like your questions.
Seeing none, thank you for your good service to your community and keeping the restrooms clean also.
Thank you, sir. Most days.
All right, next testifier in opposition.
I'm gonna be paying for that. 2 years.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are we still looking for our first ditto of the afternoon?
That'd be good.
I'll try to be concise.
I'll buy you a beer.
Chairman and members of the Ag Committee, my name is Matt Lippincott, Lippincott. I'm president of both our company, Nebraska Iowa Supply, and the Nebraska Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. Nebraska Iowa Supply is based out of Blair and supplies petroleum products to over 90 retail locations in the state of Nebraska. Both Nebraska Iowa Supply and NPCA are supporters of the growth of the liquid fuels business, ethanol, biodiesel, and all types of liquid fuels sold in the state of Nebraska. This bill is not something last year, NPCA, along with ethanol groups, ag groups, led the support and ultimately passed the tax credit bill that was put in place last year. We still need to give this time to grow and prosper and increase consumer awareness and demand. While we are supportive of ethanol, biofuels, and all liquid fuels in the state of Nebraska, this bill is not something we can support and are strongly opposing for a few of the following reasons. Infrastructure and compatibility. Higher blends of ethanol are not a drop-in replacement to existing types of gasoline dispensing infrastructure. Significant capital investments are typically required for storage and dispensing infrastructure to support these blends. There are currently 3,252 underground storage tanks that hold gasoline and ethanol grades in the state of Nebraska between retail and commercial facilities. 727 of these tanks were installed in 2015 or after, while the remaining 2,525 tanks were installed previous to 2015. It's widely acknowledged that infrastructure after 2015 would be capable of supporting blends up to 100% ethanol, but highly subjective what would be deemed compatible previous to that date. There are still plenty of gray areas in regard to pipe dopes, sealant, in addition to the 60 components that make up a retail dispensing system, many of which would need to be approved to be compatible. Out of the 90 stores that Nebraska Iowa Supply represents and supplies, roughly 85% of these locations would not have capable infrastructure to support the sale of higher blends. With less than 1% of annual volumes being sold that we sell of higher blends of ethanol, there is no economic scenario where making these large investments makes sense given current demand and capital investment. Replacing infrastructure can range from anywhere from a couple $100,000 to over $1 million. Consumer acceptance and availability. This will hopefully change this year at the federal level, but currently between June 1st and September 16th, E15 is not allowed to be sold across the country. It was only available to be sold last year by the emergency waiver signed by President Biden each week. Hope we are all in support of this changing. It's highly confusing and complex, but hopefully that'll be put to bed. Even with typically lower advertised price per gallon, consumers are still reluctant to accept and purchase these higher blends. Retailers should not be mandated to sell something, let alone something that isn't in high demand. Business owners will find a way to provide the products that their customers want and desire. Between 50 and 60% of retail stations in the state of Nebraska are small operations, typically single site, owned by a single operator who resides and works in a store at all times. They won't have the financial capability or capacity to execute on these large capital-intensive projects, which would also shut the sites down between 1 and 4 months while infrastructure is replaced. In closing, we hope to do our part in helping grow and promote ethanol, biofuels, liquid fuels, and the overall Nebraska economy. For this bill to be successful, there needs to be a complete alignment with retailers who purchase, promote, and sell these higher blends of ethanol. Moving LB 562 forward will be detrimental to retailers, consumers, and the state of Nebraska. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next opponent. Good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for us?
Good afternoon, Chairman Ibach and the members of the committee. My name is Mark Whitehead. It's MARK WHITEHEAD. I'm the owner of Whitehead Oil Company right here in Lincoln, which does business principally on the street as U-Stop convenience stores. I was in Matt's shoes more than a couple of years ago as chairman of our state association. I've also had the privilege of serving as chairman of our national association as well. So I bring a fairly broad perspective geographically, as well as someone who's been involved with a 63-year-old business right here in Lincoln. My father was a pioneer in the ethanol industry back in the early 70s. We introduced gasohol in every one of our locations, and that was an adventure. Some of you here, here's an education on what we refer to as pumps right now. These are not pumps. Back in when we did this back in the early 70s, they were real pumps, meaning when you turn the switch on, you could actually hear the motor going inside the cabinet. With the makeup of the vehicles back then and using the pumps, we sometimes took the skirts off of the pumps and hosed them down in the middle during the middle of a hot day just to keep them from vapor locking. Likewise, carburetors and vehicles did not respond well to E10. And so it was an adventure for the first 10 years of gasohol. Right now, obviously, and I'm not going to suggest that there are any issues with E10 with today's vehicle with fuel injection. In fact, it's a very good alternative. We have been a supporter of ethanol, and I personally am a supporter of higher blends of ethanol. I burn E30 on a fairly regular basis and E15 as well. We offer it at every single one of our locations that we have built over the course of the last several years. To retrofit back to higher blends of ethanol under existing infrastructure, I can tell you firsthand that the experience at 10th and Capitol Mall across from the City County building did not work well. with the infrastructure that was not compatible with it. And we had some serious issues at that. So I can tell you firsthand that you do need to have the right hardware in place in order to accommodate this. On the new locations that we've done, we prepare for fuels of the future and the capability of doing it. Our newest store is over by Amaranth or West Denton Road and Highway 77. We offer E50, in addition to clear unleaded, clear premium, we offer, and E10, we offer E15, E30, and E85. I pulled up some numbers on all of our locations that we have done, and right now, it does not justify us doing significant retrofits back to existing locations. Our best location is out at 84th and Highway 6, where we offer, in addition to some of the regular products, E15, E30, and E85. That represents almost, those three combined represent almost 24% of our total fuel sales, which isn't too bad in my mind. But that's still all three, E15, E85, and E30 combined is roughly 1/3 of the total of just what we did in E10. So testimony earlier, I guess I don't understand that. One of our other stores on Pine Lake, we have clear unleaded priced at 60 cents a gallon more than E15. We still sell 3 times more clear unleaded than we do E15. And so it is, it's not a mystery. We don't prejudice one over the other. We have E15 available at every single one of our dispensers that we market. And so it's on a level playing field with every one of our other alternatives that we've got within our stores. My position is we're committed to ethanol. We're committed to higher blends of ethanol, but let's let the marketplace work. And I think it is working. As Matt had suggested, last year Legislature passed an incentive for E15 and higher. And let's see how that works first before we start going to a mandate.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Questions? Senator Rabel?
Mr. Whitehead, I'm kind of curious because you have all different varieties because you have all different customer types. Do you have any electric vehicle charging stations at any of your service facilities?
Yes, we put it in at Pine Lake.
Okay.
Fast chargers there. We will be putting it in at West Denton Road as well. So new locations, just like with these. We do not try to be prejudicial to any of our consumers. I go to work each and every day trying to figure out the best alternative for our consumer. And we want to be the energy choice, whether that's electric, whether that's higher blends of ethanol, or whether that is conventional fuels.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for your testimony. Additional opposition to LB 562? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Melissa Lindsay, and I am MELISSA LINDSEY. I'm a regional director for operations for Casey's General Stores, and I appear before you today in opposition of LB 562. Let me begin by stating that Casey's supports the use of ethanol blended products as we currently sell them across the footprint of the Casey's brand. We also support and appreciate the incentives like the ones that are currently in place in Nebraska as passed as part of LB 1261 last year. However, we oppose the bill based on 2 factors. First, we do not believe that a state should mandate what products are being sold in our businesses. We believe that the consumer demand should determine what businesses like ours are available for our customers. The second and the largest concern with this bill is the financial impact that it will have on the Casey's brand and the potential implications of the community in the stores in Nebraska. We have run the financial implications of the required upgrades to get all stores compliant with the requirements outlined in the bill, and the financial impact is tens of millions of dollars for our stores alone. While the bill allows for $10 million per year to be provided to assist with upgrades, that is nowhere near enough to address the cost that Casey's alone will bear. Approximately half of our stores in Nebraska are not compatible with the current tank, dispenser, and STP configurations. We have looked at the footprint of all the stores in Nebraska, and many of those stores are in small town America, and they're older stores. We would have to compare the cost analysis against the current financial portfolio of the current stores that are not compatible to determine if the investment to comply with the mandate would necessitate the future viability of those half of our stores in Nebraska that would not be compatible. Excluding Senator Rick Haldecroft, hope I said that right, each of you have one or more of the Casey stores in your districts that would not be compatible and would necessitate the evaluation of viability and would impact your constituents. Senators, I appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Senator Hughes?
Thanks for coming in. So of those, the half of the stores that would need to be retrofitted, a lot in the small towns and stuff, would they have to follow this? I mean, they still sell over the 300,000 gallons a year.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you took the ones that don't have the mix, and that's what's there. That's what I wanted to check. Thank you.
Additional questions?
I hope this isn't repetitive. So do you currently have stores that do sell E15?
Our newer stores, I think we are looking at putting those in. So we are doing that in the newer stores. It's the retrofitting of the older stores that is the problem.
So you would qualify under that 100,000 exemption then as well?
As for new stores, yes.
For existing stores? To
For existing
To
stores?
retrofit the infrastructure?
To retrofit those, we would have to go back. It would be partial. It wouldn't cover the whole part of it. To be able to answer it, I can tell you based on what we know as an overall, but to give you the specifics, I could get you that information.
Okay. I just think when we're talking about millions of dollars, we
Mhm.
understand that. But because there's a clause built into the bill that would exempt you if it's 100,000 or more, you would qualify for that.
But
Not indefinitely, but
right, because it's for a short amount of time, so we would have to be compliant with those by January 31st of 2026. And so it's that timeline. They do, with them expiring, it's only for a limited time.
So you don't think E15 would be a benefit to your stores?
I don't think I wouldn't say that it's not a benefit. I think that the consumers are the ones that are really the ones that would drive that demand versus us saying what they should get.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? So how does a consumer drive that demand? Do they come in and say, well, I wish you had E15?
Consumers will ask for it if they want it.
So when they order a pizza, they would say, I wish you had E15?
We do, and we have E88 or E15, excuse me, in our other stores in other states. And based on what they have, we offer all different brands. It is still a lower selling fuel.
So with the option of putting, I know this may be sacrilegious to say this, but doing away with E10 and putting E15 in on that particular pump choice option, would that work? Be a little less expensive retrofitting, I would assume.
I couldn't answer that, definitively, but could get you that information based on the consumer demand. Consumers purchase the E10.
It's so hard for there to be consumer demand if it's not available to buy, right? I mean, there's no measure really to know what the demand might be until you offer it. But just don't stop selling pizza.
Please.
There's no danger of that.
I'm hungry.
Okay, additional questions. All right, thanks for your testimony. Oh, I wish they had to ask a question. 3 years wasn't it? Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Weiss with Rawhide Chem Oil in Fremont, and I'm here to oppose LB 562. And I kind of sit in a little bit different situation. I don't currently own a station, but my parents do. But I also run the bulk fuel side of our company. And so looking at, I wrote out kind of my synopsis of what I was going to say today. I believe in freedom of choice and not mandates. And I'm not against E8 ethanol at all. In fact, I serve the farming industry in farm chemicals and fertilizer. And, but I also believe in freedom of choice. We provide what our customers want, and right now we are not getting the ask for the choice of E15 over existing choices that we offer. I'm also in the farm delivery business, and I'm attaching the chart below of what our customers are requesting for the last 4 years. So if you look at the yellow columns, that's our rural deliveries on our tank wagon. So the total non-ethanol versus the ethanol sales are almost 50-50. So even my rural farmers aren't necessarily, I'll say my tank wagon customers, I can't necessarily say they're rural. And then in the blue, our Ultimate, which is our non-ethanol product, outsells our 89E, which is a 10% ethanol product. So obviously our customers want a choice and are willing to pay more for the clear product. We're also a BP station, and they mandate pretty much what we carry underneath the canopy. And so I'm not sure, what contract, how that would work with our contract, if they would have to change their grades or what they would have to do there. In fact, our Clear Ultimate is more expensive than the ethanol blend, but people still choose it over the 89E. If we had our choice, we would eliminate the 89E and put in a Clear lead-free, because that is what our customers ask for. If BP doesn't supply E15, are we exempt from this law? Is this dispensing nozzles or dispensers? What about the single nozzle non-blender pumps with 3 gasoline options? Greater contamination of our clear products. And that's what our station has. We have single nozzle, non-blender pumps. And so for us to take out a tank, we have a chance of moving the other tanks during construction. If putting in just one new tank and not replacing the others, our lot is not big enough to handle another tank. See the attached email from E&T Equipment on the cost of adding E15 to our station. I highlight that it would take approximately 3 to 4 weeks and probably more to complete this project, for which we would have to be closed while this construction is happening, something we can't afford in profit, and the possible loss of regular customers as they go across the street. Small rural towns would more than likely close down any gasoline sales, as the margins nor the volume would accommodate replacing tanks and lines. As a transporter of gasoline and fuels, I haven't even had a chance to check to see what regulations are different from transporting E15 to E10. But I'm guessing that trailer drop hoses would have to be looked at, plus additional signage that drivers would have to change every time gasoline is loaded. I'd like to close my testimony with the iteration. I'm not opposed to E15 blends, but do oppose costly mandates for retail locations. If retailers sees the profitability of putting it in, they will. Last year, a bill was passed giving those who supply greater blends of ethanol a tax credit. If that credit is being used to lower the cost of those higher blends, it will drive greater demand, at which time retailers will make that choice to add those higher blends to their pump offerings. I'd also like to add that branded suppliers will also decide when E15 is more accessible, as the RFS standard is raised, and they will have to meet that higher standard for blending ethanol into their fuels.
Okay, thanks for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks for being here.
Hello, Chairman, committee members. My name is Tommy Hergert, Tommyhergert. I'm here today to testify in opposition of LB 562. I represent Herget Oil Company based here in Lincoln. Our company was founded in 1960 by my grandfather. I'm a third generation owner. We have currently 11 convenience stores in Lincoln and surrounding communities. Employ roughly 100 great people. Although we are a multi-site operation, I'd like to say I'm also here representing the little guys. Roughly 60% of underground storage tank operators are smaller than my company in our state. Complying with LB 562 is not a simple task for us. We operate mostly older sites that would require, in some cases, $1 million+ to upgrade for each location. Like you've heard from previous testimony, it can be fairly costly depending on the site and if you have current tanks that are compatible or not. For stores that are not compatible, it could be closed for 4 to 8 weeks during install of new tanks, new piping, concrete, fuel dispensers. Some locations could potentially apply for the waiver, which is not a guarantee and will eventually have an end date. And some locations we would seriously have to consider closing or making some tough decisions if this bill were to pass. Like I mentioned before, roughly 60% of underground storage tank operations in the state are companies that are smaller than mine. And many have just one location that would have to make some tough decisions potentially. For the sites we would upgrade, this would all lead to an increase in operational costs, which tends to get past the consumer. And I believe consumers should dictate the market. Government policy should provide an even playing field for all products. Like you've heard already, we do support liquid fuels in E15, but currently there's no demand for us to sell it. E15 is already available in the market. Currently across the state, it's a very small portion of the sales. If the demand was there, then leave it to us to upgrade our equipment and infrastructure to sell it. That's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herget. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks. Additional opposition, LB 562. From the back seats. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Halloran and members of the Ag Committee. My name is Jessica Shelburne, JESSICA SHELBURN. I'm the State Director of Americans for Prosperity. As one of the largest grassroots organizations in the nation, AFP is dedicated to bringing people together to change our government and public policies for the better. We strive to create an economy that works for all, empowering people to earn success and realize their potential. This becomes difficult when government comes in to tell people what they must do. We are here today to express our significant concerns with LB 562. When the government decides to dictate to a company what they must, or in this case, shall do, is often at the detriment of other businesses and the consumer. There is no way around it. LB 562 is a mandate, plain and simple. All you have to do is look at Senator Dorn's statement of intent. And I'm reading directly from the statement of intent. LB 562 creates the E15 Access Standard Act that will transition Nebraska's E10 base ethanol blend to E15. It's very simple. They're taking away options for the consumer. They are dictating what myself, what you, what everyone behind me and everyone else must have available to them. They are taking away our options. The decision to offer E15 should be made by the fuel retailer after evaluating the market demand, supply, and of course the costs that they will incur for required infrastructure upgrades. Those costs are passed on to the consumer, which then drives up the price that we are paying. While LB 562 does offer a waiver process and a grant program to assist retailers, it does not change the fact that it is a government mandate, and those programs that it's offering are for a short period of time. I know there's been a lot of questions and there's been talk about what Iowa's done. I can get you any information that you want on what Iowa's done. I've been in communication with my colleague from Iowa. regarding it. The threshold is the 300,000 gallons. There are very few retailers in the state of Nebraska who are selling less than that. So there are very few that would be exempt on those grounds. This is probably the closest I'm going to get to a ditto for you. But we also want to put it on the record that the Nebraska Retail Federation is also opposed to this. So they're not testifying. That's close enough to a ditto, right? I guess with that, I will take any questions, but we would strongly encourage you to just sit on this bill. We're kind of moving the cart before the horse with this bill, and we would encourage you to oppose it.
Okay, thanks for your testimony. Any questions from the committee?
So be quick, I promise, it'll be quick.
Senator Hughes.
So that, thank you, Chairman. Thanks for coming, Jessica. The ethanol blending tax credit that went into effect last year, would you oppose that? I mean, it's too late, it's in effect.
So yes, and we did not engage on that bill last year.
Okay.
It has come to my attention through our engagement in this bill.
Right.
I reached out to the Department of Revenue and asked them, how many people are taking advantage of this? What does it look like? I cannot get access to that information. So with that tax credit, those numbers are provided to the municipality, and then it is up to the taxpayer, the company, whoever received that credit, whether or not they want to make it public. So I do think that there's another issue that we probably need to address at some point in the future, dealing with accountability there so that we can see what's actually happening with that tax credit.
So I guess, I don't know if that answers.
We would have opposed it.
Okay, you would have opposed it.
Yeah, we would have opposed it because government's
like, to
role
me,
is
that's more
not.
of a carrot versus a make, right?
It is.
And just to see, let's see if it's given enough time to go into effect and make a difference.
But from our standpoint, we're just
Right,
opposed
I clear
to
that. Yep. Done.
the premise.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hughes. Any additional questions? I have a question. You seem to be really up to speed on what Iowa's doing on the same issue. How are they doing?
So they did pass a watered down version of the mandate last year, and it's for, and this is according to my colleague who just texted me before I came up here, for any retailer built 2023 or forward, they have to have the E15. I will get you the exact.
Maybe you want to get back with me.
Yes, I will get you the exact information.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, any additional opposition to LB 562?
Good evening now.
Close.
My name is Doug Crozier, Coziahr. I work for Nebraska Iowa Supply and consult and supply fuel for Nebraska Iowa Supply to several dealers throughout the state of Iowa and Nebraska. To come back to your point, I'll answer several of your questions about the Iowa bill, as I was an associate of Fuel Iowa and helped testify several times, and would be more than happy to answer any of your questions from there. But I'd like to start out by simply saying no one is against ethanol. We are supportive of liquid fuels and will continue to be liquid fuel supporters. This is an industry where electric is growing. This is not beneficial to Nebraska. It is something we definitely want to attack from a liquid fuel standpoint. The EPA infrastructure is confusing. It's confusing to everybody that doesn't own a gas station, and it's confusing to those that own gas stations. The infrastructure, there's 60 components that we have to look at and consider when looking at E15 or higher blends of ethanol. A lot of those components are components that are compatible and some are not. We have to look at each and every one of those components and sign off with the EPA to certify that these sites can offer ethanol blend fuels. If we don't do that, we have to take into consideration of all the work that we've done by protecting our underground storage tanks and underground spills. Because if we have a leak, which this could contend to with higher blends of ethanol, not addressing and making sure that we have the right components. We could have some serious concerns with underground storage spills or leaks. That being said, other states have started tax credits, absolutely. Iowa has done a tax credit that has been beneficial with increasing. In fact, Iowa has had the tax incentives in place for the last 3 years, and they've seen year over year, prior to this bill that passed last year, about anywhere from a 15 to 25% increase of E15 being sold throughout the state of Iowa. I repeat, without a mandate bill, there was an increase of 15 to 25% each year. Rural stations that average less than 300,000 gallons or 300,000 gallons, we'll just leave it at that, are the majority of our folks in Iowa and quite a few in Nebraska in rural areas that would be exempt. But also, if they're exempt and something is built across the street with new structure, new everything, they're not capable to compete. So we're now taking them out of competition. They've probably purchased that property for about $350,000 to $500,000. To do a 4-dispenser, 3-tank site on average is $500,000 or more to meet, if it's not compatible, to meet the E15 compatibility. Very important for us to understand, a lot of these sites are compatible, but many of them are not. We looked at in Iowa just recently, we've got the insurance company that just recently informed us that there are over 400 sites in the state of Iowa, rural in several cases, that are not compatible. This is why there's such a concern on the infrastructure side. Again, it's very confusing to understand the infrastructure business because there are so many different components that are very crucial that must be met. 50% of the dispensers has been brought up several times. Every tank is lined with lines going to every one of those dispensers. For only doing 50% only reduces the amount of concrete that we're looking to break up. That's what causes the cost of doing an infrastructure. So anything that you break up concrete, it's going to cost additional funds. $150,000 is very significant. Iowa offers $50,000. There's not enough time for us to even order equipment and everything to be in place with supply and demand of the tanks and the requests to meet the E15 mandate by 2026. There's just not enough supplies. It's a year in process to buy a tank today. The exemptions are nice. The industry is growing, but I oppose this bill as the way it is written today. I think there's a lot to offer in E15 and other fuels that are out there. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for the testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chairman. So you said it went about 10 or 15% with the tax credits, right, in Iowa? E15 did?
15 to 25% we saw increase in usage.
Is that because there were more pumps or just because people used it more?
So typical dispensers, thank you for asking this question. Typical sites that we're seeing with the infrastructure are new sites being built. The newer or the older sites are not capable financially just to do the 2 to 3 dispenser conversion because of the high cost. So the newer sites, you're looking at larger sites, larger infrastructure, or larger amounts of opportunities to grow that, and usually somewhere very close to the multiple areas to where they can attract more gallons being sold.
So newer facilities.
Newer facilities in general, absolutely.
This one offers 150,000 versus 50,000.
Which is a significant difference, and several states are looking at that. Iowa's actually taking consideration of that with that today. They're also looking to push the date back further. The legislators there actually have supported us in Fuel Iowa to recognize the bill was pushed fairly hard legislatively, supportively from lobbyists and everywhere from DC on down. I understand the pressure that's being put on us. It's a great thing for the state of Nebraska. I'm not going to say that it's not, but we also need to look at what it affects businesses today in this industry.
Thank you.
So how would you make this bill better and make it workable
Thank you for asking that question. I simply would look at this bill and
from
say,
your perspective?
from my perspective, the incentives that are out there are working, but we've got to let it work. Infrastructure that's new, take consideration of having us install E15 then, be more than happy to take that into consideration. Taking older facilities and putting them in non-competition is going to be tough for small rural towns. You'll probably have sites closed down if they have to put in, compete against anybody else.
Even with the exemptions that are in place in this.
They're going to put them out of competition because they're going to be 5 to 10 cents less typically with the E15 product.
So most of those sites probably sell E10.
Absolutely.
And I've raised this question over and over.
And I'm glad you're going to ask it.
Well, why don't they convert from E10 to E15 and call it a day?
May I ask the simple question back to you?
No, you can't answer me.
Why?
No, you can't ask me.
I'm not asking that exact question. I have a question to your question. Why would we incentivize something to make it happen?
You're asking me a question and I repeat, and this is.
I would, if I may.
Well, it may be a rhetorical question, but you can't ask me a question. It's just the way it works here.
Sure.
I'm not saying it's fair,
Nope.
but it's just the way it works.
Respectfully.
Okay, Senator.
I'll just ask Mike same question again, just because I'm trying to get validation.
Sure.
But if no one is against ethanol, which you stated in your opening statement, and exemptions have no time limit. So my little town of 250 people, there's no threat of a Casey's coming in across the street. Wouldn't they just take advantage of the exemption, knowing that eventually they want E15 because their customers want E15? Am I just simplifying it too much?
No, I think you're doing a good job of thinking through it, but I would look at the fact that if you take E15, we're looking at 5 to 10 cents growth, and you multiply that out over the years of return of investment. Are we going to make that investment back?
Well, sure, because everybody's going to use E15 in this perfect world. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Additional opposition to LB 562. And I wasn't picking on this gentleman.
I wasn't either.
It is a rule here that testifiers do not ask the senators questions. It's our job to ask you questions and get information. Additional opposition to LB 562. Okay, so none, neutral.
I'll be brief.
Ditto.
It's
He's
versus
neutral.
dinner time.
And more importantly, you'll be neutral.
We have one more bill.
Yes, of course.
Good evening.
Good evening. Apologies for being right before dinner time. My name is Reid Wagner, R-E-I-D, W-A-G-N-E-R, and I'm actually the Executive Director of the Nebraska Ethanol Board. So I come in neutral testimony today because this bill really afforded me the opportunity to completely just nerd out for a while. And for me, that comes from my background as actually in chemical engineering. Graduated from Nebraska right here, go Big Red, of course, and worked in both sides of the fuel industry. I actually worked to produce ethanol, and also on the flip side, worked to do in oil and gas, doing capital projects, process design, process engineering. I was actually in charge of blending gasoline as it kind of shot up to the northeast corner and the southeast corners of the country for a bit on the Gulf Coast. But happy to be home, of course. So when legislation like LB 562 comes through, a really important question is how technically reminiscent is it of the infrastructure we have in the state? So in kind of going after that question, just kind of using this chemical engineering background, some of the understandings of underwriters laboratories regulations, of course, the US EPA regulations that are oftentimes confusing, we'll concede that. But what's important is to say, how close is this bill to reality and kind of what we're seeing across the state? And so the first thing I kind of wanted to hit on, because it hasn't been talked about too much, is actually the waiver process for the years, or rather the age of systems and the types and components that are utilized to comprise underground storage systems and all of the equipment that it takes to get gas from that tank into our tank. So And kind of looking at some of those things and looking at the specific years, of course, it's extremely imperative that those years are reminiscent of the current standards out there in industry. And in looking at the particular years, they actually go 1 year beyond requirements to capture transition equipment during those times when those manufacturers were changing safety standards to not only be using E25 test fuels, underwriters labs, or different kinds of one-off inspection facilities, going toward E100 blends, even in those kind of testing realms. So those years are actually well reflected in the bill and looking at single wall fiberglass, double wall fiberglass, steel tanks. I did hand out a bit of a two-parter on just 2 organizations that represent those facets of infrastructure development. In particular, the Steel Tank Institute here in the country, as well as the Fiberglass Tank and Pipe Institute. They specifically lay out these requirements based on age of system and, of course, materials of construction. And in going through, this bill matches those pretty readily, and again, goes a year beyond. So that was one good note. Another one, and I won't harp on that because I have to say ditto a few times, of course, which would be the amount that is exempted on project cost. If it hits 100,000, exempted from doing any kind of capital infrastructure upgrades at that point. Also looking at the 300,000 gallon over a 3-year period. 42% of our retail stations are out in rural communities. Many of those will be a part of that exemption as well. Looking at motor fuels, receipts that come in through, of course, revenue as well as other places is helpful for understanding that. Kind of to go back to some of the previous points and questions that were made, looking at cost spreads, of course, 17 cents is mentioned. I will mention that several new stations in my hometown of Gretna, Nebraska, have actually gone in and been able to offer E15 consistently all year round for at least 15 cents off per gallon when compared to E10. Those spreads are real, and they're very common, especially in some of these areas, but they can dip down to about the 5-cent range. So there is a range there, and it moves with the fuel market. So I would like to just make that clear. And mileage differences, I know that got asked as well. That's always a fun one, is just looking at E15 versus E10. There was actually some studies done in UC Riverside this year over in California to look at that, as well as some of our E30 demonstration activities. And we saw very minute differences of maybe 1%. And actually, certain models of newer vehicles got better mileage. So would just like to put that out there. And then I guess the last part is that I'm just here to answer any questions, and I don't want to nerd out for too long because again, between you and food probably, but that's what I'm here for, as a technical resource for you from the state. And I've given you all my business card as well. So I encourage you all to reach out to our office if you have any questions on infrastructure or ethanol as a fuel or ethanol plants. So.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. That wasn't too dirty. That was
okay. Good.
Senator Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. So I think our chair asked a really good question. How would you make this bill better?
Sure. So in kind of looking at the way that the bill is structured, I'm not sure I would change much by way of the waiver process and kind of understanding, especially those standards for waivers on aged infrastructure. A lot of the topic of discussion today has been, what do we do with the legacy tanks? We always talk about legacy vehicles. The waivers included in this generally cover those, but we of course understand from point A to point B in the gas tank that there's a lot of considerations to be made. There's a point made earlier that there's 60 different pieces you have to look at. And now all of those costs can certainly add up. I would attest that having the current set of waivers is appropriate and adequate within the bill. Kind of just looking at typical project costs to break concrete at various points to solve any number of those 60 pieces kind of along the way. And of course, that big ticket item, which is the tank. So I'm not so sure I would make too many changes. I think the waivers are technically sound for the infrastructure that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hughes.
You can kill me now or later. So same question, have we given ethanol blending tax credit enough time? A previous person said that in Iowa they had that tax credit in place for 3 years, and they had about a 15 to 20% increase every year. We haven't even had it in effect a year.
Yeah, we
opinion
have
on
actually
that?
not seen any awards from that tax credit be put out.
Because it
quite
hasn't
yet.
been long enough or? what?
Right,
Yeah.
because they
Okay.
just haven't been awarded
Yep.
from the previous
That's good.
cycle.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hughes. Any additional questions? Yes, Senator Brewer.
Thanks for your card. I think you're gonna be a 911 call for us on issues. How many guys like you we got sitting around I didn't know about? You work for the state of Nebraska, right?
I don't have a horn on my head, but it's.
Well, I know. I mean, it's a great resource to go to because you just kind of look at the facts and tell us what's going on. And
Well, that's
sometimes we get a little bit of a slant one way or the other.
Sure.
Sometimes.
Well, you heard a heavy dichotomy against both the groups today, and trying to be kind of a mediator on the technical front, especially with the background that I do have. So.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
All right. Any additional questions or kudos from the committee?
How are you on branding?
That's a bad word.
Wow. Thank you, guys.
All right, we will close with the introducer, Senator Dorn. Oh, second, Senator Dorn. All right, we have the one online comment, proponent, Rocky Weber, representing the Nebraska Cooperative Council. You're on.
Thank you. Thank you for the hearing. I appreciate very much all of you taking all your time. A lot of good questions, a lot of good comments here today. Follow up on a couple things, though. You asked why 50% of the pumps, the people back here that helped write the bill or wrote the bill for access. And I think, I don't remember which speaker made the comment that quite often, not quite often, sometimes it happens that they'll only have it on one pump and it'll be the last one over way on the end. So it's for access. It's for access for the people and to access so that they increase the use. I think Senator Hansen asked about our bill last year, 1261. Yes, Senator Merman did bring that. It did pass. It's for a nickel a gallon, up to and including 15%. It is 8 cents a gallon for 25% and over ethanol in it. And just in light of that, we'll talk a little bit in a minute about Iowa, but Iowa currently with the bill they passed last year includes 9 cents for theirs. Iowa did pass this bill last year, a similar bill. This is where this was modeled off of when they started looking at a bill. This is the one that they looked at, was the Iowa one, bringing it forward. Had several discussions with some of the people that spoke here today and other people about how it's coming about in Iowa and how they're replacing their tanks. Minnesota also passed this same E15 type, same type legislation in the last couple years. Waivers. There were a lot of questions, a lot of really good questions about waivers. Yes, the waivers are very important in here. It does allow, and the reasons why I don't consider it a mandate, because there are enough waivers in here. If you are under 300,000 gallons, if your age of your tanks don't meet it, there are ways you can go in there and get the waiver. If it costs you more than $100,000 to come up to these criteria, you also have a waiver. And those waivers don't end. In other words, there is some in the bill that by 27, if you have the ability to do it, you then need to be advertising and doing it. But if the waiver, you qualify for the waiver, you still qualify after 27 if you're a small mom and pop store. The financial impact, there was several of those questions about it. Yes, it is huge for the state of Nebraska. Somebody asked, I don't remember whether it was Senator Rippey or Senator Holkoff, about $7 price of corn, or why are we at this time trying to bring a bill like this? I've been around farming all my life. Most of you know, or anybody associated with farming, there are ups and downs, there's peaks and valleys. Yes, we have $7 corn today, but 3 years ago, we had $3 corn, and we were looking for markets. We were looking for ways to increase the price. That will happen again. And if we don't go out and aggressively, or not aggressively, but if we don't go out and work to get these types of more usage in the infrastructure and agriculture in Nebraska, we will be back there to $3 corn quicker than we will if we have these types of things in place. This is going to create demand for the corn. This is going to create so that the consumer is going to save money if the stations operate it correctly. And it also is long-term very, very beneficial to the agriculture part of the state of Nebraska. When you're back there and listening to all of this, and I don't know how many other people were, several people were giving me answers to some of the questions, looking it up on their phone, looked up one other thing. ExxonMobil in 2022 made $56 billion. And yet we as a state of Nebraska are sitting here arguing about why we can't increase our ethanol and benefit our state of Nebraska instead of somebody else. I had that in my statement about the oil companies. I'll repeat that. ExxonMobil in 2022 made $56 billion. I believe, and somebody from Farm Bureau can correct me, but I believe last year in the state of Nebraska, our farmers had income of about $8 billion. It's going to be a little, maybe this year, and then it's going to be a little bit less. I think that number is right, but I'm not sure on it. So we as a state of Nebraska, we need to be supportive of these types of bills, these types of things that is going to help our state, our economy, and make sure that we're very profitable for a long time in the future. And I was glad to see some young farmers come here and testify because they are our future of what we're going to be in the state of Nebraska. Thank you very much. I didn't mean to give a sermon, but I didn't want to ask a question.
Thank you, Reverend.
Yeah.
Of course. Are there any final
questions?
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That completes our hearing on LB 562. We will proceed with LB 218.
I'm not. I co-signed with you, my friend.
Oh, that's right.
We're golden.
All right, we're all stretching.
Give us the snapshot. Yes, give us the snapshot.
I told my wife. They don't take under their sanctions. They only have to take because they don't. That eliminates because I'm not.
Yeah.
Just got me. Pull it up. I'm pretty sure that's just not gonna happen. It's okay. You drive your car down there, I'll run a sack, I'll give you a sack of lunch. And give you well, I'll go with you because I just got a text from you. I wasn't. That's the only reason you're gonna go. It says, I am going to play without. I'm a bachelor.
How long is this going to take?
This is.
Tell you what, you hang around here.
It takes long enough. I just gotta find out what I'm reading.
Oh, I think.
Oh.
Got it up there.
That's busy work.
This one, I got 19 on my comments. So I don't think you have.
I don't even want to know.
They're all proponents.
Good. Well,
Because they somebody answered me. We just passed this tax credit last year. They're now passing on the tax returns right now.
Who can?
Why don't we get a fair amount? They really won't.
I missed it.
And then. they really won't-
Let's get this over with.
they really won't give us individual
Noxious weeds, get rid of
how
them.
much they want away from us. But they can get us aggravated. So.
Not just weeds.
Need to be anxious.
all right, we will proceed with LB 218. Senator Ibach.
Thank you very much. We missed him. Good afternoon, fellow members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Senator Teresa Ibach, Teresa Ibach, and I represent Legislative District Number 44. Today, I'm here to introduce LB 218, a bill that will increase the appropriation to the Noxious Weed and Invasive Plant Species Assistance Fund from $3 million to $6 million, beginning in fiscal year 2023, for the management of vegetation within the banks or the floodplain of a natural stream. Last year, Senator Dan Hughes introduced LB 805, which was later enacted into law. LB 805 amended the intent of the program to include the prevention of noxious weeds or invasive plant species and expanded the land area coverage by this program from 100 feet of the banks of a channel of any natural stream to the entire floodplain of the natural stream. While LB 805 did increase the funding from $1 million to $3 million, I do not believe this is enough to keep up with the needs of our state. In 2007, the Nebraska Legislature first appropriated $5 million to help control the invasive species in our state's waterways. Due to some lean budget years in the subsequent years, funding for this program has been reduced time after time. Beginning in 2016, the legislature has slowly been increasing the funding for this program. However, I believe this program remains underfunded now that this program has been expanded to include the tributaries in the floodplains. It is important for our state to increase our investment in ridding the waterways from these noxious weeds and invasive species. As you can see in the map I handed out, all of Nebraska, except a small portion of southern Jefferson and Thayer County, is currently suffering from a moderate to exceptional drought. These invasive species cause our waterways to clog, which reduce water flow, which takes away the ability of humans to fully utilize the water that should be flowing normally, if not for these species. When Nebraska does experience rains that cause flooding, which may be exasperated due to the clogged waterways, the seeds of these species are then pushed onto the fields, which then outcompete crops for water and soil nutrients as these species begin to grow. While I have given a brief overview of this problem, the testifiers following me will be able to further explain the challenges and the need to increase funding for this critical program. With that, I thank you for your time and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Question from the committee. Senator Reed.
Sure, thank you. Given the request for go from 3 million to 6 million, is that a reflection that the war is on and the weeds are winning?
The weeds, yes. Actually, I think if we don't stay in control of them, that they will get out of control again.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Senator Rabel.
Thank you very much. Senator Ibach, can you tell us, would it be the Department of Agriculture that's dispensing this grant funds to the counties?
That's correct, yes. Okay. And individual landowners can take advantage of it too, but a lot of times they don't have the right equipment or they have challenges to remediate the invasive species. And so counties are called upon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rabel. Additional questions, Senator Hansen.
Maybe somebody after you can answer this one too. Can the local weed control authorities go onto private property?
Wow. I think if the property owner asked them to, and I don't know any property owners that wouldn't ask them to.
It's like, what if they're going along a bank, right? And they're controlling all the noxious weeds and somebody says, get off my land. And they like, can they go on there to control the noxious weeds, or they have to have,
I don't know of any farmers, and this is personal opinion, that wouldn't welcome them because the noxious weeds are so invasive and they do steal the nutrients in the water. But somebody behind me will be able to answer that much more efficiently.
Okay, and then they can probably maybe answer how they control it, like to more extent, do they use pesticides, use some kind of chemical? Or
So I don't think they really use pesticides. The EPA controls what chemicals and what you spray them with. And so the labels qualify where you can spray them and how much you can spray them. And the folks that do the remediation have to be certified to be able to do that. And so a lot of times you need heavy equipment because the areas are so invasive. But as far as chemicals go, the EPA monitors that, and you would have to abide by the label instructions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hanson. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Ibach. You will stay for the close. All right, proponents of LB 218. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Agricultural Committee. I'm John Thorburn, John Thorburn. I'm the manager of Tri-Basin Natural Resources District in Holdridge, Nebraska. I would like to testify in support of LB 218 on behalf of Tri-Basin NRD and the Nebraska Association of Resources Districts. I would mention, because it's relevant to my testimony, I am also representing the NARD on the Nebraska Invasive Species Council, and I serve as secretary for the Platte River Resilience Fund. Tri-Basin NRD is responsible for protecting the soil and water resources of Gosper, Phelps, and Kearney counties in south central Nebraska. 15 years ago, our local senator at the time, Tom Carlson, introduced LB 458. That bill created a structure for riparian weed management areas and provided state funds to help us fight invasive Phragmites and other plants that, if left unchecked, would have clogged the channels of our state's rivers. Nebraska's proactive stance toward controlling invasive riparian plants has paid many dividends over the years since LB 458 was passed. The most tangible and economically valuable benefit of our work has been to increase the capacity of river channels to convey water. This was evident in several flooding events, most notably in 2019, when, in spite of extreme storms that caused sustained high flows, there was little substantial damage due to flooding along the main channels of the Upper Platte and Republican rivers. This stood in stark contrast to floods in 2010 and 2011, when much lower flows caused the Platte to leave its banks in south central Nebraska for several days. It is clear to me after these events that riparian vegetation management not only benefits wildlife and natural ecosystems, it protects lives and property. LB 218 will help NRDs and our weed management partners in the Platte and Republican River basins to sustain our long-term efforts to protect and improve the health of our riparian ecosystems for the benefit of all Nebraskans. I would like to thank Senator Ibach on behalf of my district and the Nebraska Association of Resources Districts for introducing this bill. I would also like to thank the members of the committee for your time spent reviewing it, and I ask that you advance the bill to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorburn. Questions from the committee? Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Chairman Halloran. So can you answer some of those questions?
Yes, in terms of control, first of all, it is generally herbicides that are used. There are some invasive plants that are susceptible to what we call beneficial insects. There are certain types of beetles, for instance, that work really well on certain range invasives and noxious weeds. But primarily, especially in riparian areas, you do have to rely on herbicides. As Senator Ibach correctly stated, all these herbicides are tested by the EPA and other agencies. And so there are standard procedures that you have to use and limitations on how you can use these chemicals. The label is the law, is the shorthand there. And so there are special chemicals that are designed for use in riparian areas. A lot of times we just use an aquatic version of the common chemical Roundup, if you're familiar with that, just a common commercial herbicide. There is another more systemic and effective and expensive chemical called Habitat that is also specifically for riparian areas. It works very well against Phragmites. So yeah, there are a number of chemicals. As far as applying it in riparian areas, because of access, you can't just go out there with a spray truck. Either helicopters, in some cases four-wheelers, airboats are often used to do this work in riparian areas. And the airboats and helicopters also have the advantage of when you apply with a big propeller behind you, you can push that herbicide down into the canopy of the plants and have a much more effective application.
Okay,
So does that address your
Yeah,
question?
it did. And then how about the personal property issue? Like,
Oh, as far as access on private property, there does have to be notice to private landowners. There does have to be, notices published in the paper, and generally we do send mailings to landowners. But yeah, we do have authority under Nebraska law. Weed control authorities do have the ability to, with proper notice, go on private land to do this specific control work. Yes, sir.
and so then, but there's a recourse if they come along and say, I don't want you on my land spraying herbicide, or are they stuck? They can go to the courts probably.
I think that, yeah, you'd have to, there are established authorities to be able to control weeds, but I wouldn't be able to speak to the legal opportunities to appeal that or contest that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any additional questions? There's no groups like, Friends of Phragmites.
Oddly, Senator, I wouldn't have thought there would be, but there are.
They may be in opposition to this.
Well, I would hope they won't testify today, no, but there has been, I think there is even a bill in this session trying to make an exemption for Phragmites in municipal waste treatment situations, and I have concerns about that, but that's a different situation.
Has there been chemical resistance?
Roundup, of course, there is becoming a number of plants that have resistance to that. The Habitat chemical seems to be really effective against the Phragmites. We have not seen that plant develop resistance. The problem with Phragmites is it spreads by rhizomes primarily, underground and underwater, and boy, that is just tough to attack.
Senator Abel.
Yes, I was wondering if the NRDs are using drones to help them with all the stream and channel management and I guess observation of those darn Phragmites.
Yes, ma'am. Aerial reconnaissance, so to speak, drones have been used for quite a few years. And now there are some experiments being done with actually applying the herbicides with small drones. And just listening to a speaker from the university, actually, you can, without a special license, have up to 50 pounds, which is about 8.5 gallons of herbicide on a drone. And that is opening up some new opportunities, because there are places where obviously you can't take a helicopter, and depending on water conditions, airboats wouldn't be able to travel, that harbor these invasive plants.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Abel. Additional questions? Okay, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional proponents, LB 218. Please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and respected members of the committee.
Welcome to the chair that eats people. It's the most uncomfortable chair for us to properly hide people.
Thank you. My name is Katie Torpy, Katie Torpy, here today representing the Nature Conservancy and also my colleagues in my organization who serve both the Nebraska Invasive Species Council and the Platte Valley Weed Management Area. We support LB 218 and are grateful to Senator Ibach for introducing this legislation. The Nature Conservancy is a leading conservation organization working around the world to protect ecologically important lands and waters for nature and people. Much of that work, we've been working in Nebraska for over 50 years, much of that work along waterways such as the Platte. Through collective efforts such as the Weed Management Area, we work with county superintendents and private landowners to manage against the spread of non-native Phragmites and other noxious weeds. Stable annual funding is a critical need to ensure flow conveyance, that flow conveyance is maintained and increased, That in turn supports increased wildlife habitat, reduces water usage by invasive plant species, and and leads to long-term sustainable control by landowners. Without intervention, the economic damage to landowners is significant. Noxious weeds crowds out native plants, altering habitat, and infestations, as has been described, constrict channels and increase risks of flooding and property damage. Noxious weeds also impact our water resources with adverse effects to property values, and recreational use, and game species. We respectfully ask you to pass 218 out of committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katie, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Additional proponents of LB 218. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Halloran, members of the Agricultural Committee. My name is John Cannon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Association of County Officials, also known as NACO, here to testify today in support of LB 218. First, we'd like to thank Senator Ibach for bringing this bill. This is one of those things that we think is a continued effort that certainly deserves to be looked at on a continued basis from our legislature. The story of how Nebraska has been managing its noxious weeds is actually a really good story, and I've got some folks behind me that are better equipped to fully tell that tale. But suffice to say, we've made significant strides. As far as the war on weeds, I think we're winning, but it's one of those things where if you're not vigilant, it's doomed to be a stalemate at best. They'll give a little bit more detail about how we've been waging that war. This is a great example of when the state and the counties work together that we're able to make some really good things happen as far as getting a result that's going to be best for our citizens. Really, this is one of those programs that I would say, from NACO's perspective, really is the most bang for our buck. Its effects are immediate, they're visible, and they're something that I think the committee should take note of and certainly advance to the floor. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cannon. Questions from the committee? Oh, we're wearing them down. All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next proponent, LB 218. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Chairman Halloran and members of the Agriculture Committee. My name is Todd Buller, Toddboller, and I serve as the Noxious Weed Superintendent for Fillmore County. I'm here today on behalf of the Nebraska Weed Control Association and the Nebraska Association of County Officials to testify in support of LB 218. Thank you, Senator Ibach, also Senator Hughes and Senator Jacobson for introducing LB 218. Because of previous legislation and through environmental trust grants and assistance of our partners, such as the Natural Resource Districts, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Nebraska Game and Parks, the Nature Conservancy, Public Power Districts, UNL Extension, and landowners, just to name a few, we have been able to improve water conveyance throughout the state of Nebraska. In 2007, legislation was passed to begin the fight to preserve our waterways in Nebraska. That was during a time when Kansas was suing Nebraska for $72 million for not delivering enough water in the Republican River. At that time, much of the Republican River was being clogged by invasive vegetation that was only allowing 300 cubic feet per second of water before spilling out of the banks. Because of the work done on the Republican River, it easily handles 1,100 cubic feet per second now. And many of you have heard that story, but it's a big success story that we love to share and preach, because it reduced that lawsuit down to $5 million. At that time, $4 million was the investment by the legislature, and made with that and our partners' investments, we were able to do $26 million worth of work on the ground to control the invasive vegetation. We have dramatically reduced the acres of invasive vegetation and reduced infestations, in some cases by as much as 65%, and increased water conveyance. The untreated sites are a constant seed source and is pushing rainwater runoff out into the fields, which outcompetes the crops, which pushes the plants out into the fields as well, and outcompetes the crops for water and nutrients. While portions of our river systems are in a maintenance phase, there's still much work to be done. While we have seen positive changes within the river systems to stop the reinfestation, LB 218 gives us the opportunity to expand our efforts into the tributaries throughout the state. These areas provide us continual seed source which feed into the rivers. As a member of the nonprofit North American Invasive Species Management Association, I hear from states and territories all across North America how they look to Nebraska as an inspiration of boots on the ground work that this state has done and continues to do, and it would not be possible without your assistance and the assistance of the state legislature. We're getting ready to host the NASMA conference for 2023 right here in Lincoln, Nebraska, and we look forward to showing them the work that has been done because the Nebraska legislature and all the partners. The county weed superintendents and weed management areas are committed to doing the right thing for our lands and waters here in Nebraska. We spend many hours inspecting and treating invasive vegetation and will continue to work towards protecting our natural resources. We will also continue to educate the landowners of the dangers of letting these weeds thrive and what they can do to help the cause. We need your support to do so. It is imperative that we continue our quest to rid these natural resources of these invasive species, which in some areas are continuing to strengthen their hold on the waters of the state. Water is life for many things, including biodiversity of wildlife and water for agriculture. Our goal is to help continue to grow Nebraska and protect our waters and land from the attack it's under. We appreciate your support for LB 218. Thank you for your time. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bowler. Questions from the committee? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming to testify. I got maybe a couple questions. Why do we have all these noxious weeds all of a sudden? Like, I'm assuming like in nature that this wouldn't probably ever happen because then water would just, I think naturally be able to flow, but why do we have to control other? I get the whole idea with crops and other kinds of things, we don't want to have invasive species in one of the crops, controlling that, but why all of a sudden now we have a lot more?
It all goes back before 2007. There was a drought here in those years previous that really reduced the water. And yes, water can be used as a scouring agent. And those rivers naturally were shifting sandbars that, wouldn't have a chance to have vegetation on them. But when there isn't water going down the river, it allows these weeds to take hold. And where they come from, I don't know. I know within my county, it's got to be birds because I don't have the river systems that come through my county. So, I mean, it really got the foothold on the Platte and the Republican. And those are the two number one areas with it. But now it's going up all the tributaries. It's just, and it puts off a rhizome that will go 20, 30 feet, and every 12 inches, it's putting up a new plant, putting down more roots. It does the same thing over and over again on the Phragmites.
I think I figured it out. I think you get prairie dogs. This reminds me of the black-tailed prairie dog bill, right?
Yeah, there we go.
So I think we did all the prairie dogs and shipped them over the rivers and they'll eat the Phragmites.
We'd love to train anything we can to get some help. Biocontrol
We
is,
saw it, two birds with one stone.
and biocontrol is an option. There is a biocontrol out there for Phragmites, but it has not been allowed in the United States yet. Canada is using it. We would love to get the help with that, but it hasn't been approved in the United States yet.
I'm curious. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Additional question? Appreciate it, Mr. Bowler.
Thank you for your time.
Next proponent, LB 218. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Holloman and members of the Agriculture Committee. First off, I appreciate the endurance of the committee and the audience with everybody. My name is Mike Reed, M-I-K-E-R-E-E-D. I'm the president of the Nebraska Weed Control Association and the current chair of the Governor's Riparian and Vegetation Management Task Force. I've been in favor of supporting LB 218 to increase the appropriation to the Noxious Weed and Invasive Plant Species Fund. The current state of the weed control infestations on Nebraska's rivers and tributaries is not in a state of crisis as I testify before you today. They are in a state of management. Both preventative and proactive due to ongoing work with Nebraska's weed management areas statewide and because of funding appropriated by the Nebraska legislature and match funds by local partners from those weed management areas. Water for Nebraska is both an interstate imperative to have the capacity to deliver water and an intrastate responsibility to steward our water resources. I believe Nebraskans have a right to those water resources. Woody and invasive vegetation, especially during drought conditions, pose a lasting threat to both our flowing streams and depleting the water table across the state. Drought conditions stress Nebraska's water resources, but also allow invasive species an opportunity to displace water. The water rights adjacent to any acre of river ground do not belong to the adjacent landowner. They are the water resources of the state. And the plants themselves are, as you can imagine, and we've talked about, are very difficult to control on a sandbar or river habitat. River and floodplain projects are carried out statewide by the weed management areas, local managers, including weed superintendents like myself, natural resource districts, game and parks, private landowners, and other partners. Our weed management area, in my area, the Lower Platte weed management area, in and around, roughly from Columbus down to the confluence of the Missouri River, we ask for 50% contribution of any acres, and our local natural resource districts match landowner contribution. The grant dollars are matched 1-for-1 in most cases, and in many of our annual projects from the Department of Agriculture as well above 50% match. Our weed management area, the Lower Platte weed management area, has carried out projects since 2003. And last year, one of my landowners, Rich Teaser, who lives adjacent to the Platte River in Douglas County, talked to me about the ice moving out in the spring next to his property. All of the ice in the main channel of the Platte River moved through a small, narrow side channel immediately upstream from him. On that same channel, our weed management area had controlled and removed invasive grasses, woody trees, and shrubs. The whole channel was completely choked and allowed for successful and uneventful ice out to happen just this past year. The last time he had seen that channel handle the whole ice out for the Platte River was 1975. Statewide, weed management areas help water conveyance, lower flood risks and impacts, protect water resources from usage from woody and invasive plants, and provide habitat for wildlife and opportunities for recreation. LB 218 will continue the level of funding established last year by the Agricultural Committee Bill LB 805, and I firmly believe it will protect Nebraska's water resources, which are a right for every Nebraskan. And with that, I'll take questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reed. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're pretty thorough. Thank you.
All right.
We're
Thank
good. Thank you. Additional proponents of LB 218.
Good evening. Chairman Halloran and members of the Ag Committee. My name is Andrew Dunkley, A-N-D-R-E-W, D-U-N-K-L-E-Y. I'm with the Nebraska Farm Bureau, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Ag Leaders Working Group, which includes the pork producers, cattlemen, Farm Bureau, corn growers, soybean, wheat growers, and renewable fuels Nebraska, along with the State Dairy Association. On behalf of all of those groups, ditto. The only thing I'll add is I texted some folks to confirm this, Senator Hansen, your question about landowners. I believe the current system is landowners are responsible for taking care of noxious weeds on their current property, and if there's a warning that they're not taking care of it, then they work with the controlling body to address it from there. But Senator Ibach mentioned that there wouldn't be an issue with landowners letting on, working and getting noxious weeds off their property. That's going to be the large majority of landowners.
Okay.
With that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dunkley? Senator Hansen?
And as a representing the corn growers, now there's no concern at all, like somebody coming up and spraying near their crop with like Roundup for any reason that they might have a non-Roundup ready crop or something. You haven't heard of anything like that, though, have you?
I mean, with the current system of reaching out to landowners, we haven't heard of that.
I wouldn't think so. I'm just curious.
And with the working with landowners, it's something that they can work with and all.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hanson. Additional questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next proponent for LB 218. Good evening.
Chairman Halloran, members of the Ag Committee, good evening. For the record, my name is John Hansen, John, Hansen, Hansen. In order to help make the record complete this afternoon, I also want to spell John Cannon, Joncannon, because he did not spell his name. And I don't hold that against him. The day is late, but in the never-ending quest for accuracy in the transcribers. We are in strong support of expanding the funding, and we have a long history with this issue. We worked closely with Senator Carlson. We saw the very clear and dramatic benefits of this kind of program relative to the Republican River, but we've also seen it in other rivers. And so as we expanded the pool last year, and we think that that was the correct thing to do from the 100-foot level to expand the whole floodplain. Obviously, that takes more resources. So if you look at historically where we've been funded, given the cost of increase since 2007, it seems like it makes good sense to expand it. And so we thank Senator Ibach for bringing this bill, and we thank her for the background and the research. And, you know, 6 million is a good level. This is a particularly problematic challenge to be able to control these invasive weeds in this particular area. It's bad enough out in the open where you have, more different kinds of management, but especially in wooded areas that are oftentimes not very accessible. And so it's difficult from a landowner's perspective. And so it's a particularly good program that we think has an extraordinarily overall positive cost benefit ratio. And so we are in support of that. And with that, the time is late, and I'd be more than glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
And now I'll go take the beating from John Cannon.
You deserve it. Additional proponents for LB 218? Additional proponents? Any opposition? Are the friends of Phragmites here? No? Seeing no opposition, anyone in the neutral? Seeing none, Senator Ibach. Ready to close. We have 19 online comments. They're all proponents. And since there's 19, I'm not going to read them. But they are in your booklets, senators, if you want to look through them. Senator Ibach.
Well, I would just be remiss if I didn't say in 2007, my husband sat here or in this chair in some room here testifying for this program as the Director of Agriculture. So through the years, that was the year that I learned what the word Phragmites was, as well as purple loosestrife and red cedar. And I could go on, but I won't. I appreciate the testimony of everybody that's come and supported this bill today. I think it is very important that we stay on top of it, and this bill does exactly that. So I appreciate your support. I appreciate your listening, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Ibach. That concludes our hearing on LB 218. I'm sorry. Senator Reed.
I just have one question. It's an existing program asking for $4. I'm surprised referencing didn't send it to appropriations.
Okay.
And serving on the referencing committee, I can blame myself.
Probably because the department has always been in charge of divvying out those funds. They probably left it in agriculture.
Okay.
I'm just guessing. I don't know that.
Okay, I'm just.
I also would say, Senator Hansen, thank you for having creative solutions to the prairie dog and invasive species situation.
Okay, additional questions for Senator Ibach? All right, thank you, Senator Ibach. That concludes our hearing on LB 218. Thank you, everybody.
Great.
I'll drive.
Yes.
Good job. Hanging in there.
Oh, it is. Yeah, we got you covered. Just talking with Senator Wade and asked for an executive. No, I talked to Barry. Spot, and I got well, that's my job, but I appreciate well, where I come from, Second Amendment stuff, kind of, you better do with that.
Thanks so much. I have two options. Thank you.